Chapter 1721. Chu Yang was stunned. Who are you? How do I know you? This sentence made the cat person in front of him dumbfounded. You don't know me? Chu Yang was stunned. Should I know you? The cat person went crazy. But you know my name. You even called my name just now. Why do you say you don't know me now? Are you deliberately playing with me? Meow. Chu Yang scratched his head in confusion. Did I call your name just now? When? Did I? I don't think so. The cat person frowned and the word king appeared on his forehead like a tiger. He was a little angry. Meow. What do you mean? You didn't call my name. Do you think I'll come out to die when I'm injured like this? Do you think you can play with me just because I'm injured? Meow. Chu Yang held his forehead with one hand and sighed helplessly. His life might have been too smooth and too nature-defying previously, resulting in bad luck after coming to the Heaven Imperial Court this time. First, he fell and almost died. Then he was told that he was poor. Now, he even met a crazy person. And this crazy person looked like a cat. They didn't know each other, but this guy actually insisted that he knew him. I've just broken through the void and come up, okay? Not to mention knowing you. I don't know anyone in this Heaven Imperial Court. Shuelehan. That guy doesn't seem to be a person anymore. Brother, I think you're really mistaken. I really don't know you. I've never called your name. You and I don't know each other. How can I know your name? After Chu Yang finished speaking, he got ready to leave. You clearly called me Shifty just now. I definitely didn't hear wrongly. Meow. The cat person cried out indignantly and angrily. I'm Shifty. Meow. You're unreasonable. Chu Yang's mouth opened wide and his eyes widened. He was completely stunned. You said you're Shifty. Shifty? Chu Yang felt that he was stuttering. Is your surname Cat? Shifty? Nonsense. Everyone in the cat clan has the surname Cat. The cat person said matter-of-factly, What's so strange about my name? This time, it was Chu Yang's turn to be stunned. How could he not be stunned? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Just now, he was just observing the terrain out of habit. When he saw something unusual, he casually said, There's something fishy about this place. How normal was that sentence? Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, something fishy was actually called out by me? In his lifetime, yes, it should be 2 lifetimes. He had experienced a lot of trickery, but this was the first time he saw trickery as a human. He deliberately coughed twice to adjust his emotions and said, Although I have never seen you before, your name is indeed well known. His expression changed from anger to joy, and he said proudly, Of course, my name is the best name in our cat clan. There are many people who know me, but not all of them have seen me. I understand. You don't have to be so regretful. Didn't you see my real face today? Seeing you in person is even better than hearing about you, right? My ass. I'm convinced. Chu Yang, who didn't want to speak against his conscience, could only say so. As he spoke, his face, which was originally full of pride, turned into a painful expression. He said sadly, Sigh, if I knew you didn't know me at all, I wouldn't have come out. I thought the reinforcements had finally arrived. This is bad. My injuries have worsened. This time, I'm really done for. Being done for is not scary. But how can I be done for in front of people who admire me? My image, it's all gone now. Chu Yang chuckled. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. This fishy guy looks really straightforward. He also seems a little naive and muddle-headed. Or, he doesn't know much about the world. Such a person shouldn't be a bad person. Besides, as a newcomer, he should really make friends with someone. To familiarize himself with this world, the old native sword spirit had been away from home for more than 100,000 years. And this guy in front of him was in need of timely help. Brother Cat? Chu Yang deliberated. Brother Cat? That's not appropriate. You make me feel like a cat. Yes, you can call me Teacher Cat. Those who are really familiar with me will call me that. The cat person was in pain, but when he heard Chu Yang call him that, he said proudly, Teacher Cat. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Where did this come from? Yes. The cat person raised his nose to the sky. I'm a very powerful person. I'm the teacher of many people in the cat clan. Chu Yang was speechless for a moment. He thought, will the students taught by this guy become as stupid as him? However, the cat clan actually let such a person be a teacher. It was indeed a very bold clan. So you're a teacher. Sorry for the disrespect. Teacher Cat, it's nice to meet you. Chu Yang smiled. Fishy twisted his thick body proudly, like a panda squirming suddenly. He opened his mouth and said happily, it's fine. It's fine. I like it the most. I like people calling me Teacher Cat. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth. I must go on a diet when I go back this time. This time I was ambushed. It's all my damn weight's fault. It really affects my unparalleled lightness skill. Chu Yang realized that he couldn't follow the cat person's train of thought at all. He was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, how heavy are you? The workette seemed a little embarrassed, but said, it's not very heavy. It's only 250 kilograms. Chu Yang coughed repeatedly. As if he felt that this number was damaging to his teacher's reputation, the cat person hurriedly changed the topic. He said, I know you admire me a lot, but you're not from the cat clan. It's really inconvenient for me to accept you as a disciple, so don't call me teacher. Well, I'm the second in the family. You can just call me Cat Second Master. I'll give you pointers as appropriate and won't let you go back empty-handed. Chu Yang smashed his fist on his own head and groaned in pain. Cat Second Master. Not to mention how stupid this name was, but it seemed that all the people he met along the way were all Second Masters. Now that he finally rushed to the Heavenly Imperial Court, the first person he met was actually a Cat Second Master. He didn't know if there were a Rabbit Second Master or Dog Second Master. Cat Second Master let out a painful meow and said, these damn bastards hit me too hard. I can't take it anymore. I really want to sleep. Why am I so sleepy? Don't sleep first. This time, Chu Yang had already seen that although this cat person didn't have many external injuries, his internal injuries were very serious. It was so serious that he could die at any time. It was amazing that he could talk to Chu Yang like this for half a day. What a talent! Teacher Cat, you're in luck this time. Chu Yang said mysteriously, I happen to be a doctor. My teacher is the peerless divine Dr. Du Shiqing. Greasy Cat's large yellow, black, and white eyes, which had gradually closed due to its severe injuries and could no longer open, suddenly widened. Its pupils turned into vertical lines like a cat seeing the noon sun. Meow. Why are you still talking nonsense? Since you're a doctor, why don't you hurry up and treat me? I don't care if your teacher is a peerless divine doctor or a divine doctor. Can't you see that Teacher Cat is in so much pain right now? After he finished speaking, he actually lay down with a schwa sound. He stretched his chubby and short legs and pointed at his own body with his chubby and short fingers. There's a sword here, and there's a knife here. I was hit by 3 palms here, and a few of my ribs seem to be broken. I was heavily kicked here, and I reckon I have internal injuries. And here. His face twisted as he looked at Chu Yang and said pitifully, it hurts. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little dizzy again. Originally, he wanted to explain a bit more about his background and bring up his teacher, Divine Dr. Du Shiqing, to gain the other person's trust. He did not expect that before he could even finish his draft, the other person would trust him and hand everything over to him. What kind of situation was this? Wasn't he a little too careless? This kind of person was a teacher of a clan? Seeing Chu Yang standing there in a daze, Teacher Cat, who was already lying on the ground, opened his eyes wide and urged, why are you standing there? Hurry up and do it. Do you want to see me die before you do it? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, I say, how can you believe me so easily? Aren't you afraid that I'm actually your enemy? Saying that I'm going to treat you, but killing you in the next moment? Greasy Cat immediately rolled and got up from the ground. He scratched his head and said, yes, you won't kill me while you're treating me, right? I don't have much ability to resist now. This time, I'm finished. Chu Yang fainted. This guy didn't think of this just now. He could even say what he was thinking. What kind of person was this? Could he be any more stupid? Before Chu Yang could speak again, Greasy Cat actually lay down on his back again and said, Come on. Anyway, if you're my enemy, I won't be able to live much longer if you don't kill me. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. It's been like this since ancient times. But if heaven is merciful, if you're a good person and the successor of some divine doctor, I'll be saved. I'll treat you as a good person. I hope you're really the successor of the divine doctor. I believe heaven won't give up on a good person like me. Chuyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Heaven is jealous of geniuses? Heaven is merciful? You can say anything you want. Who knew if this person was really free and easy? Or was he really naive to a certain extent? Shaking his head, he squatted down to check his body. He couldn't help but get a shock. This teacher cat's injuries were really not light. If he hadn't met Chuyang by chance, he would be finished in minutes. His internal organs were all dislocated. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. Or rather, he should count how many bones were intact. His head also suffered a severe concussion. The injuries were so serious that Chuyang felt that even a peak-grade supreme martial artist would have died long ago. Chapter 1722. Even after suffering such serious injuries, this cat teacher was still alive and kicking. From the looks of it, he should be an expert. Not to mention other things, many of the fatal wounds on his body were wrapped up with a very special kind of yuan qi, which could prevent them from flaring up for a certain period of time. At the very least, the current Chuyang wouldn't be able to do this. Are my injuries very serious? Can I still be treated? Aren't you the disciple of the divine doctor? Hurry up and save me. Seeing that Chuyang did not say a word after checking his injuries, the cat teacher panicked and cried, "Is there no cure? Am I going to die? Woo-woo meow. Don't worry. With me here, you can't die even if you want to. I am the disciple of the divine doctor. How can I fail my first case in the Heaven Valley?" Chuyang said confidently and took out a purple jade bottle. Inside it was the incomplete version of the heavy pill. Whether Chuyang's medical skills were worthy of the title of the divine doctor's disciple, this was not certain. However, this guy had something good in his hands that even the divine doctor might not have. Although the incomplete version of the heavy pill could not completely heal the cat teacher's injuries, it could save his life and even heal half of his body. It was really a piece of cake. What a beautiful bottle. The cat teacher, who was still feeling sorry for himself a moment ago, opened his eyes wide again. He looked at the purple jade bottle in Chuyang's hands with interest and even a hint of envy. This guy, even at this time, he was still thinking about whether the bottle was beautiful or not. Chuyang's face darkened. "Open your mouth," Chuyang shouted. The cat teacher's eyes stared at the purple jade bottle. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then opened his mouth wide. His mouth opened like a hippopotamus. "Please, it's just eating a pill, that's all." But the way this guy was posing, he could directly swallow a pig. Chuyang looked up at the sky and sighed. He could not bear to look at the cat teacher's yellow teeth. He quickly turned his head and looked into the distance. He took out the incomplete version of the heavy pill and threw it into the cat teacher's mouth. "What is this? It's so delicious. Do you have more?" Cat Sensei smacked his lips, savoring the aftertaste. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips skillfully. With a slurping sound, he looked as if he hadn't had enough and wanted to ask for more. Chuyang suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "What the fuck? How can there be a three-headed tiger here? The East Imperial Realm is full of strange things." "A three-headed tiger? Where? Where is it?" Teacher Cat asked curiously. He wanted to open his eyes when he turned around. "Kacha, kacha, kacha." A few crisp sounds rang out, clean and neat. "Meow. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts so much." Greasy Cat cried out in pain. Chuyang had taken advantage of the moment when the heavy pill had entered the cat teacher's body and was able to maintain his vitality. Chuyang had moved like the wind and adjusted the broken bones in the cat teacher's body to their original position. Otherwise, he would have waited for the heavy pill to take effect. Teacher Cat's bones were completely deformed. A total of 13 areas were repaired. The cat teacher meowed in pain. His fat body trembled as he gritted his teeth and glared at Chuyang angrily. You should have told me earlier." Before he could finish his sentence, in the next moment, his body suddenly emitted circles of yellow light. The yellow light spread out in circles, constantly diffusing outwards. Immediately, a black mist began to evaporate from Teacher Cat's body. Wah-meow, wah-meow, wah-meow. Greasy Cat opened his mouth abruptly. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of congested blood, he instantly felt his body relax a lot. Moreover, the mysterious and huge medicinal effect was moving quickly through his body. Especially his injured internal organs, they were restored to their original positions in an instant, and had even recovered a lot. Inside his body, the bones that had been restored but were still broken actually showed signs of healing after a short while. The pain all over his body was reduced by 70 to 80% in an instant. Meow. What the fuck? This is really miraculous. This is too exaggerated. There's actually such a thing? Greasy Cat clicked his tongue in wonder, his face full of disbelief. In the next moment, as he continued to circulate his energy, black gas continued to rise from his body, spreading out in circles. Greasy Cat's previously colorless face became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lying on the ground, a certain cat stretched his legs and moved his feet. Then, he rolled up and looked at himself from head to toe. Meow. What the fuck is miraculous? Meow. Why is it so good? What's going on? I'm not dreaming, am I? Meow. With a long meow, the cat teacher jumped up and hugged Chu Yang. With a smack sound, he kissed Chu Yang's face intimately. His big mouth cracked open as he smiled happily. Brother, thank you so much. Chu Yang was completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events. He was stunned for a moment, then he retched and hurriedly wiped his face with his hands. Why are you so excited? That was my first kiss. I don't know how many feline girls want to get it. Seeing Chu Yang wipe his face, Teacher Cat was a little hurt. First kiss? It would have been better if he didn't hear this. Once he heard this, Chu Yang immediately vomited. He felt as if his heart was being trampled by 10,000 alpacas. If you were a girl, it would have been fine. Bah, even if you were a feline girl, but you're a male, and you actually said that you gave your first kiss to me, fuck me, I was kissed by a guy on my first day in Heavenly Lair, and it was my first kiss. Today's first kiss, Greasy Cat said proudly. Now that his injuries were mostly healed, Teacher Cat was even more excited to talk. He pulled Chu Yang aside and chatted endlessly. He was even closer than his best buddies. In addition, he expressed his gratitude to Chu Yang for his help. He rambled on for a long time. In fact, he had spoken hundreds of sentences in total. Only then did Chu Yang barely understand what had happened to him. Speaking of which, this was actually a very simple matter. Greasy Cat was from the Meow clan. He was actually the teacher of the Meow clan. It was said that he was known as the #1 Meow of the Meow clan. This title proved that he was the most knowledgeable person in the Meow clan. He rarely came into contact with worldly affairs. He only immersed himself in studying and occasionally practiced martial arts. He was a little pedantic and a little naive. However, knowledge was hard to come by. The reason this time was because he heard that there was a top academic genius in the Chow clan of the Western Paradise City who had actually comprehended the spatial algorithm that no one in the Heavenly Lair had ever comprehended. Greasy Cat was shocked when he heard the news. He felt unusually excited and exclaimed that he was not alone. Therefore, he immediately set off to visit. His purpose was naturally to seek advice from the Chow clan's algorithm genius. It could also be said that he wanted to have an exchange with him. After all, this kind of legendary and profound algorithm was extremely attractive to a university researcher like Mr. Cat. However, Greasy Cat left in a hurry. He only brought a total of 12 guards. While he was driving the Meow clan's academic carriage, he was ambushed halfway by the Wolf clan, the archenemy of the Meow clan. Both the Meow clan and the Wolf clan were experts in concealment among the Demon clan. They had always been unwilling to submit to each other. The two clans developed independently, and the friction between them grew day by day. Gradually, it turned into a feud. They had long wanted to get rid of this teacher of the Meow clan. After all, with this cat teacher around, the youths of the Meow clan were enlightened a little too quickly. To the Wolf clan, this was a huge threat. Now, this cat teacher was blinded by the temptation of learning. He actually walked out of the Meow Valley without caring about anything else. Without the protection of those cat experts, this was a heaven-sent opportunity for the wolf clan. As the saying goes, remove the firewood from under the cauldron. After a fierce battle, the dozen or so guards of Teacher Cat fought with all their might. All of them died in battle. Teacher Cat, under the cover of the crowd, was inevitably seriously injured. There were always some Teacher Cat who had some secret tricks up his sleeve. He was lucky enough to temporarily escape from the enemy's encirclement. In a panic, he fled into the depths of the forest. He used a secret technique to hide his breath and waited for possible help, until Chu Yang found out, however. If Chu Yang had not appeared by accident and exposed the cat teacher's trick, the chances of Teacher Cat surviving this time were not much. After listening to Teacher Cat's encounter, Minister Chu realized that he was indeed getting more and more unlucky after coming to the Heaven Valley. Wasn't this the same as getting himself into big trouble out of nowhere? A war between the Meow clan and the Wolf clan. How could he unknowingly get involved in it? With his insignificant strength that had just ascended, would he be able to withstand it? If he really met someone from the Wolf clan, it would be fine if he was slightly weaker. However, if he met someone stronger, wouldn't he be crushed to death? Looking at his series of encounters, it was almost certain that he would meet an expert from the Wolf clan. When the time came, he would be the one crying for help. Teacher Cat had him to save him, but who would save him? Wait, there seemed to be something wrong. Meow clan? Wolf clan? This was not the territory of the East Pole, was it not? This was actually the territory of the Demon clan? Chu Yang frowned and said, I say, Brother Cat, do you know where this place is? Isn't this the East Pole? It's the East Pole. Teacher Cat looked at him in surprise. Are you out of your mind? Cough, cough. I actually just broke through the void and came here. I'm not familiar with anything here at all. The guide told me that this place was called the East Pole, but you mentioned the Meow clan and the Wolf clan. I was confused. Chu Yang explained awkwardly. What's so strange about the Demon clan and the East Pole? What did you say? Chapter 1723. Chu Yang was surprised. What's my cultivation level now? Is there a need to be so surprised? The cat teacher stared at him and said weakly, You don't know? My cultivation level in my original world is indeed very high, but I don't know anything about the East Pole, or even the entire Heaven Palace. I would like to ask Brother Cat to enlighten me. Greasy Cat stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly let out a loud meow and danced excitedly. Ha 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 ha, I finally met someone who's dumber than me when it comes to things outside of the academic field. He doesn't even know what rank he is. Wahaha meow meow. Looking at the cat teacher dancing and wagging his tail, Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. To think that I, the Great Tribulation Sword Master, a world-shaking legend, would be laughed at by such an idiot. This is so embarrassing. Wait, I just ascended. Is it strange that I don't know? Why is he laughing at me? Teacher Cat, please enlighten me. Please explain in detail the various levels in the Heaven Palace. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Shifty Cat was obviously a teacher. He nodded and wagged his tail, stroking his sparse beard and said, If that's the case, I will enlighten you. Listen carefully. I will only say it once. Chu Yang grinned and listened seriously. In the Heaven Palace, martial artists can be divided into 8 levels: Xian, Spirit, Human, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Celestial, and Saint. A normal martial artist can become a martial artist after their meridians are connected, which is the lowest level of martial artists. The profound level, Teacher Cat explained solemnly, as if he was imparting knowledge to the students. Under normal circumstances, people who have just ascended from the lower realm are roughly between the profound level and spirit level. Therefore, although ascenders are not common in the heavenly layer, they are not rare. It is precisely because their strength is low that there is no rare value in them. The cat teacher continued to talk. There is a martial artist's song in the Heaven Palace. Xianling do not appear, do not talk about the heavens. Don't talk about 1,000 miles, just look at what is in front of you. The meaning of this song is, before you break through the 3rd level of Xianling, it is best not to go out. Perhaps he would be slaughtered if he went out. The most important thing is to take care of yourself first. Don't go out, but it doesn't mean that you can only stay at home and not go anywhere. It is still necessary for you to gain experience. However, in most large clans or tribes, when young people of such cultivation go out to gain experience, there must be experts of the clan to protect them in the open and in the dark. This is more appropriate. In fact, our cat clan does this. Chu Yang nodded. I see. Lord Song Tsong is the great earth. The winds and clouds are turbulent. All below the saint level are ants. Teacher Cat continued. These words are referring to the earth level, heaven level, and saint level. 3 ranks. In other words, an earth-grade warrior could already be called a hero of a land and have a certain amount of power. Once he reached the heaven-grade warrior, he could even call the wind and clouds and move unhindered in the world. But in terms of actual strength, these two were definitely not at the top level. Because the cultivation level below the saint-grade warrior was just an ant. In front of a saint-level expert, heaven and earth-level experts are only slightly stronger ants. Chu Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. This time, he really learned something. In the upper 3 heavens, that heavenly demon was so powerful and claimed to be a heaven-grade warrior. Who would have thought that in this heaven imperial court, he was just a slightly bigger ant? What about the higher heaven grade and saint grade? Chu Yang saw that after Teacher Cat finished talking, he actually stopped talking and couldn't help but ask, do you still need to talk about those 2 levels? Teacher Cat rolled his eyes and said, a heaven-grade warrior is naturally an overlord of a region. Warriors who have reached that level are mostly the kind of legendary people who are rarely seen. As for the saint grade, there are hundreds of millions of people in the heaven imperial court, but there are only 10 or so saint grade warriors who know the name. That is the true pinnacle. Speaking of the saint grade, Teacher Cat's face showed a sincere expression of respect. Are there higher and stronger existences above the saint grade? Chu Yang asked curiously. Teacher Cat's face showed a horrified expression. Brother Chu, you are new here, so it is reasonable for you to ask this question. Let me give you a word of advice. You can say this to me, but don't ever say it again in the future. Once you say it, there is a high chance that people will say that you are looking down on a saint-grade warrior. That is a serious crime that can lead to the extermination of your family. Remember. Chu Yang opened his mouth and finally stopped talking. In the Heaven Imperial Court, other than the legendary Heaven-grade warriors and Saint-grade warriors, the other levels are divided into 3 levels. The difference is very obvious, and there is a great disparity between each level. Teacher Cat looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes and said, I think you don't need to ask about the Heaven-grade warriors and Saint-grade warriors in such detail, because no matter how detailed it is useless to you. Anyway, you can't reach that level. With your aptitude, your current achievements are already your limit. It is very difficult for you to have more room for improvement. Chu Yang was speechless. This cat is really looking down on me. What are you saying? Are you trying to dampen my enthusiasm for improvement? Chu Yang snorted and said, then my current position is, which level? Have I reached the Earth grade? Cut your meow. Teacher Cat said disdainfully, your current strength is not weak, but it is only at the mortal grade. You can be considered an average expert, but you are still an ant. Chu Yang sighed deeply. This cat teacher did not seem to know how to take care of other people's self-esteem. What kind of teacher was he? Teaching people tirelessly? Deceiving people? Then what about you, Teacher Cat? You must be a great expert, right? Have you reached the heaven grade? Chu Yang asked unhappily, deliberately provoking him with his words. Hehehehe. Crafty smiled smugly. Your guess isn't too far off. I'm already at the beginner stage of heaven rank. With my aptitude, I believe I'll be able to reach the legendary celestial rank very soon. It'll take at most a few thousand years. Humph. Chu Yang spat disdainfully and said, you are still an ant. How shameless. Heaven grade and heaven grade seem to differ by one word, but in reality, the difference between heaven and earth is far, far off. Pooh. Teacher Cat saw Chu Yang's disdain and was greatly angered. His fat body leaped up, and with a twist of his waist, he looked as comical as a polar bear doing ballet. He said, if you are not convinced, Then let's fight. Chu Young snorted and said, I just cured you. And now you are coming to deal with me? Teacher Cat, you really have moral integrity. Teacher Cat lowered his hands dejectedly and said, You are right. How could I do such an ungrateful thing? It is my fault. Chu Young laughed loudly. Today had not been very smooth, and now he could finally vent his anger. Even though he had vented his anger, he could not help but be shocked. This teacher cat was obviously a lazy person who focused on studying. At most, he only practiced martial arts occasionally, and yet he was able to reach the heaven grade. In other words, his strength may not be below that of a heavenly demon at his peak, and is more than 10 times the Dharma Supreme's ultimate strength. This guy's aptitude is probably extremely high. Now that I am being hunted by the wolf clan, it will not be very peaceful if I leave this place. Teacher Cat said worriedly, Why don't we go our separate ways? With your current cultivation, although you are not an ant, as long as you don't actively cause trouble, you should have no problem protecting yourself. Following me is just suicide. Chu Young said, Won't it be fine as long as you change your appearance a little? Of course it is easy to change my appearance, but what about my tail? Teacher Cat looked at his furry tail with some resentment and reached out to stroke it. He narrowed his eyes and said, So comfortable. Chu Young was speechless. What kind of person was this? Caring more about his image than his life. He was just like those women who love to look beautiful. After a long while, the two of them walked out of the dense forest together. As far as the eye could see, the cat teacher's furry tail had disappeared. His entire body had also changed. His original chubby and short stature had turned into a tall and sturdy man. His face had also changed from its original wheat color to a dark and swarthy black. There was no way to get a beard like that, because the cat teacher was unwilling to shave that beard no matter what. Therefore, Chu Young could only adapt to the situation. He shaved off quite a bit of his hair and stuck it on the cat teacher's face. Even if he did not shave his beard, he could at least grow it, right? Under such fiddling, the cat teacher had already turned into a leopard head with round eyes and a full beard. He looked quite powerful. It was just that the cat teacher's habit of shaking his, but after taking 2 steps, made Chu Young feel quite helpless. There was no way to overcome this action. It had already become a habit of someone's, a habit that had integrated into his body and bloodline. As they walked and talked, Chu Young had to admit that Shifty Cat was indeed worthy of being the cat teacher of the cat clan. He was very knowledgeable and multi-talented. Along the way, he had seen the local customs and people, including flowers, plants, trees, and everything else that he had seen and not seen. He had spoken without stopping. He had really opened the eyes of a country bumpkin like Chu Young and widened his horizons. It was just that he was a little talkative. Chu Young secretly muttered to himself, and this guy likes to lecture people, but it's not surprising that a teacher would have this habit. The two of them walked on the official road. The cat teacher volunteered to lead the way in front to the nearest city, Zixia City. Along the way, Chu Young also widened his horizons. The spiritual energy in the heavenly imperial court was very dense. As they walked, they constantly saw some spiritual energy formed into fog, drifting past them. It made people unexpectedly feel like they were walking in the clouds. This feeling was quite refreshing. Moreover, his meridians and pores all over his body were constantly inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Chu Young seemed to feel that his cultivation was slowly solidifying. This kind of situation, whether it was in the heavenly imperial court or in the space of tribulations, had never happened before. Suddenly, the grass in front of them rustled a few times. A few burly men suddenly appeared on the road and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" Chapter 1724. These people looked ferocious. Although they were wearing human clothes, there was still a furry tail exposed from the hem of their clothes. His eyes also flashed with a faint green light. "We're wolves," Greasy Cat whispered. "They're the ones who tried to kill me." These people are only at the peak of Earth grade. Those few Heaven grade masters aren't here. I can't sense their aura. Maybe they're hiding in the dark or searching somewhere else. I can't tell for now. Chu Young frowned. Don't talk for now. I'll deal with them. Even if you want to talk, change your original tone, especially don't meow. Meow, the cat teacher agreed. Chu Yang was not confident. This guy had so many racial habits. It might not be easy to cover them up. Chu Yang took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Who are you? In broad daylight, you are blocking my way outside Zixia City. Do you want to rob me? Aren't you afraid of the laws of the East Royal Kingdom?" From the cat teacher, Chu Yang knew that the entire Heaven Imperial Court paid great attention to laws. This was especially so for the Eastern Royal Sky. The security was so tight that it made one's hair stand on end. The leader of the werewolves said calmly, "My friend, please do not use the Eastern Royal Law to oppress others. The war between our 2 races is entirely within the scope of the demon race. During this period of time, not a single human was involved. We are blocking your way just to ask for some information. How is this related to robbery?" Chu Yang frowned and asked doubtfully, "2 clans? What 2 clans?" This werewolf's words seemed to be calm and collected. But in fact, there was a huge trap hidden in it. If Chu Yang said a word, or agreed or acquiesced, he would be immediately convicted. Because he had not started his interrogation yet. This werewolf glanced at Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at him innocently and confusedly, just like divine Dr. Chu. "Friend, have you seen this person before?" The werewolf shook his hand, took out a portrait, and unfolded it with huala sound. There was a person in the portrait. It was Shifty. Whether it was the face, eyes, or figure, they were all drawn vividly. If Shifty didn't change his shape, he would think that he was looking at a mirror. Chu Yang frowned as he carefully examined the man. Then, he finally nodded with a blank look on his face. "I haven't seen him, but this man looks very strange. He looks like a cat. If I had seen such a strange appearance before, I would definitely have an impression of it." While speaking, that werewolf ferociously stared at Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang had an innocent look in his eyes. Perhaps he was tired of being stared at. His face suddenly turned furious as he said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to hit me if I say I've never seen you before? Where is the law?" The werewolf's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness as he shouted, "You can scram now." The few werewolves behind them stepped aside, and the 2 of them passed through. Just as they were about to sneak past, the werewolf suddenly stopped them. Have you seen this before?" Sneaky raised his head in panic. Huh. It swallowed its saliva and spent a lot of effort to swallow back the meow that was about to come out. Chu Yang said loudly from the side, "Can you still be reasonable? My brother is a mute. He can't speak. If you have anything to say, just ask me. What's the meaning of forcing a mute to speak?" The werewolf was stunned. "Mute?" Teacher Cat was scolding Chu Yang in his heart. "You're the mute one. Your whole family is mute." But facing the werewolf's sinister gaze, he could only open his mouth. The werewolf glanced at him and frowned, saying, "Bah, he's really a mute. Let's scram together." He thought about how he had actually caught a mute and forced him to speak. He felt like he had become a joke. Chu Yang and the werewolf ran away like a wisp of smoke. Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Why was it so easy? He heard the werewolf shouting behind him, "Everyone, hide back and be careful. Check the passers-by carefully. All the exits have been blocked. Everyone, stay alert. Don't let that Sneaky escape." When Sneaky heard this, he subconsciously wanted to let out a meow. Chu Yang quickly covered his mouth, turning his meow into a puff. It was like a muffled fart. Chu Yang only let go of his hand after they had turned 2 corners. He looked at him with a gloomy face. "Teacher Cat, I know you're very happy and excited after breaking out of the encirclement, but you can't be happy to the point where you want to die. At the very least, even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Can't you restrain yourself a little more?" Sneaky knew that he had almost made a big mistake. He looked at Chu Yang for a long time with a face full of shame. Finally, he lowered his head and hummed softly. "Meow." He expressed his apology. Chu Yang's anger flared up, and he ruthlessly reprimanded him. Teacher Cat listened to the scolding with his head lowered like a primary school student. Chu Yang's spittle sprayed all over his face. After a long time, he raised his head in confusion. I think I'm a heaven-level master. This little one is only at the peak of human level. Why am I being scolded like a grandchild? How can this be? But at this moment, Chu Yang had already walked far away. Teacher Cat shook his head. This time, listening to Chu Yang's words had almost become a habit. He had no choice but to quickly follow him. The two of them had been on the road for a whole day. Both of them were very tired. Teacher Cat's cultivation was profound, and he had the light spirit jade with him. Although he had just recovered from his serious injuries, he still had energy to spare. But Chu Yang had nothing to rely on. He had only relied on his 2 legs the whole way. Especially since he had not fully adapted to the gravity of the heavenly imperial court, he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Finally, they made it to Xixia City. Their stomachs were beginning to growl. There's a restaurant over there. Let's go and eat something first. I'm so tired. Chu Yang was tired and hungry this time. His chest was really pressed against his back. Okay. Teacher Cat jumped up excitedly and pulled Chu Yang away in high spirits. It seemed that he was even more anxious than Chu Yang. Jinxia Restaurant. The plaque with these 3 words emitted rays of light. The most high-end restaurant in Xixia City. Chu Yang did not know, and Teacher Cat was confused. The two of them walked in casually. Entering the restaurant, the two of them were not polite at all. Waiter, bring the menu. This. Minister Chu ordered a table full of dishes without hesitation. I want all of them. Bring them up as soon as possible. Do you have wine? Bring a dozen pots. Hurry up. Teacher Cat looked at Chu Yang with reverence. The corner of his mouth glistened with a trace of saliva. It was extremely sticky. After a long time, it fell to the ground with a thud. What was called squandering money like water? What was called a rich man? Teacher Cat had seen it all today. Teacher Cat felt that he was really blessed. He did not think that he could be so lucky. Not only did he escape from death, he also met such a good brother. Not only was he forthright, but he was also a rich man. Good brother. Today, he had hooked up with a rich man. The heavens treated him well. When he thought about how he did not have a single cent in his pocket, as the master of a clan, Teacher Cat felt ashamed. Look at Chu Yang. Just this table of dishes. No matter what, it would be hundreds of purple spirit coins. If he had ordered more than a dozen bottles of good wine, then it would be more than 1,200 purple spirit coins. This number would only be more, no less. This number was enough for an ordinary family in Heaven Imperial City to live frugally for half a year. Sigh, Teacher Cat was really ashamed. Compared to him, it was like comparing heaven and earth. It was just that he was so young and had just arrived. How could he be so rich? Today, he had really eaten a rich man. Chu Yang ordered the dishes confidently. That aura was simply swallowing rivers and mountains. If not him, who else could? He did not have any money in his pocket, but there was a teacher from the Cat Clan in front of him. He was a heaven-level expert. How could such a person not have money? I saved your life. I even helped you escape from the encirclement. It was not too much to eat a good meal, right? I am going to eat a rich man today. Occasionally, Foxy and Chu Yang's eyes would meet. Hence, both of them had a tacit understanding smile on their faces. Ahaha, you're a tycoon. As expected of Heaven Imperial City, the speed at which the dishes were served was rather fast. In an instant, their eyes, noses, and mouths were filled with color, fragrance, and taste. Heaven Imperial City's dishes and meat were filled with rich spiritual energy. It made people eat, especially those who were eating for the first time. They even wanted to swallow their own tongues. When more than 10 pots of wine were served, the two of them drank to their heart's content like wolves and tigers. They stretched out their hands. Each of them already had a pot in their hands. They raised their heads towards the mouth of the pot. With a slurp, the pot of wine went down their stomachs. Awesome. Again. Cheers. Cheers. The table that the two of them occupied just happened to be the most central table in the entire restaurant. In an instant, the table in front of them was a mess of cups and plates. The flying chicken that was served first quickly turned into 2 piles of chicken bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, when the second fish dish was served, there was no soup left from the first dish. Only the plates spun on the table. The plates were rather clean. It seemed that they did not even need to wash them. Delicious. Too delicious. Awooh. The two reincarnated hungry ghosts did not wait for the waiter to announce the name of the dish. They took the big fish plate down from the rack. Don't announce the name of the dish. It's a waste of time. We all know that this is fish. The waiter almost scolded. What kind of people are they? Who can't tell that this is a fish? This is definitely not a pig. But what kind of fish is this? How did they do it? Don't even let me announce it? Then, the two of them grabbed the fish by the head and the tail. With a snap, the big fish was split into two. Both of them stuffed the fish into their mouths. They pinched a little bit of fish bone with 2 fingers and pulled it out from the other side of their mouths. It was already a clean fish bone. There was not even a bit of meat on it. At this point, the waiter was still standing by the table with the plate and had not left. When he saw this situation, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 1725. One must know that Minister Chu had been eating for 2 generations, so he had already practiced it. As for Teacher Cat, don't forget that Teacher Cat was from the Meow clan. Fish was the cat's favorite. It was the same for the heavens and the heavens. If Teacher Cat didn't know how to eat fish, that would be really strange. These 2 people were like reincarnated starving ghosts. This scene had already attracted the attention of all the customers in the restaurant. They saw the empty plates in front of the 2 people slowly piling up. It was a sight to behold. These 2 people were really amazing. If there was one such foodie at a table, others would already lose their appetite. Who would have thought that the 2 people at the table were the same? Finally, they were full. Minister Chu elegantly picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. Then, he picked up a toothpick and began to pick his teeth in a very elegant manner. On the opposite side, Teacher Cat crossed his legs. This time, he had eaten so well that he was a little bloated. Teacher Cat had a strong urge to lie on his back and rub his belly. Teacher Cat felt that he had lived half his life in vain. This was true enjoyment. This was the life of a rich person. This was true eating. This was true realm. While he was sighing in his heart, he saw Chu Yang lazily ask him, "Finished eating?" For the sake of the next meal, Teacher Cat smiled flatteringly. Finished eating. Finished eating? Then are you full? Yes, I'm full. Too full. Since you've finished eating and you're full, you can go and settle the bill. Chu Yang waved his hand in a very elegant manner. Meow. Teacher Cat couldn't be blamed for being shocked. He simply couldn't believe his ears. Me? Pay the bill? His pointy cat ears twitched twice. Teacher Cat said in a trembling voice, "Me? Pay the bill?" He deliberately lowered his voice. This was too embarrassing. "Do you want me to pay the bill?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes and looked at Teacher Cat. "Motherfucker, I saved your life and even brought you out of the encirclement. You don't even want to treat me to a meal?" Chu Yang also deliberately lowered his voice. "Motherfucker, this is the first time I've done you a favor. Although it's a little embarrassing, it's not crude. Why didn't you pay the bill?" Mr. Cat asked angrily. This cat always thought that you were the one treating. Could it be that after eating for so long, I was actually the one paying in the end? I can pay, but the biggest problem now is that I don't have the money to pay. Fuck. Chu Yang was annoyed. What are you thinking about? Just tell me if you're going to pay or not. Aren't you embarrassed to ask your savior to treat you? I wanna. The cat teacher was extremely aggrieved. But I don't have the money. You can get married if you want. But you don't have money? Chu Yang sat up straight in shock. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The cat teacher was on the verge of tears. If I had the money, would I still be talking to you? He really had no money. How about this meal is still on me? Please pay for it first. When I have money, I'll pay you back with double. Chu Yang sat down woodenly. What's the point of paying for a meal? What does it matter if I pay for it? But the problem is that I don't have any money. You don't have any money either. The cat teacher was stunned. What the fuck? What the fuck? Then he was completely dumbfounded. If you don't have money, why did you order such a big table? Fuck, keep your voice down. Chu Yang glared at him. What the fuck? Do you want the two of us to be detained here? This is so embarrassing. The cat teacher's eyes were brimming with tears. He was about to cry. Who would have thought that this cat, who had been an educator for a lifetime, would be reduced to eating a free meal today? What should we do? These three words appeared in both of their minds at the same time. They looked at each other, speechless for a moment. The two of them had come to the restaurant to show their generosity. They had even specially chosen the innermost table. At this moment, cups and plates were scattered everywhere. It was a complete mess. Under normal circumstances, those who dared to sit at this table to eat were all people who wanted noodles. Of course, there was no such thing as not being able to pay the bill. Would you let yourself be at your most embarrassing in front of so many people? Naturally, there would be so many corners. So many corners. Those who really ate a free meal would choose a relatively inconspicuous place to eat. At least, it would be more advantageous when they were running the bill. Also, the restaurant owner hated eating a free meal the most. If you chose to cause trouble in a conspicuous place, you would undoubtedly offend the restaurant owner. It would be even more miserable if you were to be taught a lesson later. But these two people were different. Of these two people, one was handsome and heroic, the other was bold and generous. From the beginning, they had already determined that the other was a rich person. They ate with confidence and magnanimity. At a glance, such people were obviously rich people. How could they eat a free meal? So, no one thought in this direction at all. Who would have thought that these two people had the same idea? Treating was a piece of cake. They could eat as much as they wanted. Anyway, someone would pay the bill. So, the moment they came, they occupied this table. This action naturally attracted countless praises and envious gazes. Look at them. The two of them have the capital to sit at the innermost table. The next action of ordering dishes attracted a series of envy and jealousy from the surrounding people. Fuck. These two B***stards weren't just ordinary rich people. They actually ordered the best dishes on the table. Are they treating money like it's money? Can you finish it? Then, the dishes were served. The two of them showed the most terrifying true colors of gluttons. While the others were shocked, they were already dumbfounded and whispering, "I've never seen rich people eat like this. Even if they pulled a beggar from the streets, they wouldn't eat like this, right? It's no wonder they're rich. They eat so frugally. Didn't you see that the plates they ate didn't even need to be cleaned? It's so shiny." At this time, after the two of them were full, they saw that the two people seemed to have said a few words and then began to stare at each other. One was picking his teeth. The other was stunned for a while and also picking his teeth. But until now, no one suspected that these two people actually didn't have the money to pay the bill. If you don't have money, you still dare to dress so well and come to the best restaurant to embarrass yourself? Even the most thick-skinned and thick-skinned person would never do such a thing. But no one on the scene thought that. These two people really didn't have the money. Two empty big boss restaurants. Although there was a reason for this, both of them were very sure that the other party would have the money to pay the bill and could enjoy the delicious food in peace, which led to this most embarrassing situation. But the two of them just didn't have the money to pay the bill now. The two of them were picking their teeth and chatting in low voices. They were chatting happily. In fact, the two of them were racking their brains to think of a solution. Fuck. What should we do? This is really terrible. In order to show that everything was normal, the meal was still going on. Chu Yang even waved his hand and asked for a pot of good tea. Fuck. It's embarrassing to owe 100 yuan. Even if I owe 10,000 yuan, it's still embarrassing. I might as well throw it away completely. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang suddenly let out a loud laugh, which attracted everyone's attention. Why is this guy so happy? The cat teacher even shivered. Brother. You're my brother, okay? Don't laugh so arrogantly if you don't have the money. Do you want to force the restaurant owner to punish us? I say, old man, you owe me 10,000 purple cloud coins. It's about time you pay it back, right? Chu Yang looked at the cat teacher and said, although the one who owes you money now is the big boss, I've treated you to such a big meal today. You've owed me this money for 5 years. In order to raise this money to pay you back, I even mortgaged my house. If you don't pay it back, I can only live in your house. Are you really going to watch me sleep on the streets? Greasy Cat was taken aback by the sudden outburst. The simple-minded cat teacher felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What did you say? Are you confused? When did I borrow money from you? How could there be such a thing? What did you say? Chu Yang glared and slammed the table. Do you still want to renege on your debt? Everything that happened in the past is like yesterday. You're telling me that there's no such thing? The cat teacher cried. We're in public. Please keep your voice down. I really didn't borrow money from you. We didn't know each other 5 years ago. I only know you today. What are you talking about? Chu Yang shouted in agony. Oh heavens, have you ever seen such a shameless person? You borrowed 10,000 purple cloud coins from me. 10,000 purple cloud coins. And now you're saying that you didn't borrow it with an innocent face. Do you know that we're in public? You actually asked me to keep my voice down. You still want to save face. You. Are you still human? You only know me today? Yes, I really only know you today. I only know you today. I must have been blind in the past. Otherwise, why would I lend my life savings to you? The cat teacher was depressed and embarrassed, but he thought that Chu Yang had lost his mind because of his current predicament. He said in a low voice, Brother, don't be crazy. Let's think of a way. Everything depends on effort. Money is a small matter. Your health is the most important. Chu Yang glared ferociously and shouted, Small matter? You're saying that money is a small matter? Old fogey, just give me a straight answer today. Are you going to pay me back or not? The cat teacher glared at him, aggrieved. I didn't borrow money. Why do you want me to pay you back? Don't be like this. You're really crazy. You're really a demon, bastard. Chu Yang shouted. If you don't pay me back, I have no way out. I might as well give you my life today. Who asked me to be blind in the past? Suddenly, a crisp clang sound was heard. Chu Yang pulled out a huge saber that was 5 feet long out of nowhere. He brandished the saber in the air, and the saber shone brightly. Then, he hacked the saber down towards Shifty Guy and shouted, Shameless, you don't pay back what you owe. I'll kill you today. I'll definitely kill you. Chapter 1726. Swoosh. The long saber flashed, swift and fast. Greasy Face was extremely shocked, and he hurriedly dodged. Bang! Chu Yang stepped on the table and scolded. Tell me, did I save your life? Did I save you from a siege? Did I treat you to a big meal? I even went bankrupt and lent you 10,000 purple cloud coins. Tell me. Fishy was stunned. He said softly, You did save my life and even saved me from a siege. You treated me to a big meal, but you really didn't lend me money. Chu Yang's face was red. He seemed to be filled with righteous indignation as he shouted, So you remember everything, but you don't remember lending me money. Good. Now you say you didn't lend me money. You didn't lend me money. You didn't lend me money. He raised his saber and slashed wildly as he spoke. At this point, the people in the restaurant basically understood what was going on. So that was it. All the rights and wrongs, all the facts were too obvious. No wonder this brother was so indignant. If it were me, I would also be indignant. No, I would be even more indignant than him. I saved your life several times, and even went bankrupt to lend you a huge sum of money. Now I guess I really have no other choice. I want to ask you to pay me back and treat you to such a good meal. After eating and drinking, you wipe your mouth and say, I didn't lend you money? It's fine if you want to renege on your debt. Just look at the friendship between the two of them. Even if you don't say that you've saved his life, it's more or less the same. How many times has he saved your life? You actually have the nerve to say something like, just met today. This is too hurtful. If it were me, I would also go crazy. For a moment, all the disdainful gazes in the restaurant focused on Fishy. Fishy was extremely wronged. As he jumped around to avoid the saber, he said to Chu Yang, It's true that you saved my life, but I really didn't lend you money. As he spoke, he even explained to the onlookers, I really didn't lend him money. I really just met him today. How could I have borrowed money from him 5 years ago? His tone was so sincere. That sincerity was so impeccable. Why did it sound like the truth? Everyone was filled with endless disdain. This was too good at acting. Super acting skills? Someone immediately spat and scolded, "Trash? How could there be such a despicable and shameless person in this world? Could it be that he was truly invincible? You just admitted that you saved my life. But your next sentence was, 'But I didn't lend you money.' That wasn't the end of it. In order to deny the fact that you borrowed money, you even said, 'I really just met him today. How could I have borrowed money from him 5 years ago?' What kind of fucking reason was that? Tell me, how bad is this person's moral standing? How could it not make sense? The savior was blackmailing the person who was saved, right?" Chu Yang seemed to have gone mad with anger. He shouted, "Everyone, listen to this. Listen to this. Oh heavens, oh earth, all the gods in the world. Did you all hear that? Did you hear that? Open your eyes. I must kill this unscrupulous man." He shouted with grief and indignation as he waved his saber. But the cat dodged here and there calmly and skillfully. Teacher Cat's cultivation was much higher than Chu Yang's. Even if Chu Yang really went all out, he wouldn't be able to cut him. On the contrary, if he really retaliated, Chu Yang would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But why would he retaliate? Even now, he was still in a daze. What's going on? I didn't borrow money from him. We didn't know each other 5 years ago. Didn't we just meet today? How could I have borrowed so much money from him 5 years ago? Why would I need so much money? I don't have much to spend normally. No one knew what Teacher Cat was thinking, but everyone had already seen two other things. Very obvious things. These two things. It seemed that there was actually one more thing. First, the difference between the two people's cultivation was extremely large. The debt collector's cultivation was far inferior. With this difference in cultivation, he dared to take the initiative to attack. He definitely had no way to survive. Otherwise, why would he dare to attack such a master? He was simply courting death. Secondly, the person who was being chased had a very high cultivation level. Although he was a lowly person, he still had a bit of conscience and didn't fight back. But why didn't he fight back? It could only be that he was in the wrong. Why not fight back? As for why he was in the wrong, it must be that he borrowed money. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Hey, you said you didn't borrow money. Why didn't you fight back?" Now everyone's attention was completely focused on the borrowing of money. That was 10,000 purple cloud coins. That was a huge sum of money. A person with such wealth could be considered a millionaire in Purple Cloud City. The accountant stood shakily with an abacus in his hand. He shook his head and sighed. Money is really not a good thing. Chu Yang's pursuit was fruitless. Suddenly, he threw his saber on the ground with a clang and shouted, "I saved your life and even lent you money. Your cultivation is superb, and you refuse to pay me back. I can't do anything about it. I definitely won't be able to get the money back. Seeing that my entire family is about to walk into a dead end, I might as well just die." Suddenly, he burst into tears and jumped out of the restaurant's window. He shouted angrily, "I don't want to live anymore. Don't pull me." In an instant, his whole body disappeared from the window. Seeing this, Greasy Face was anxious. He hurriedly followed behind and shouted without hesitation, "Let's talk nicely. Don't seek death. Even if I owe you money, won't that do?" So, one chased and one escaped. In the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared. Everyone was discussing and sighing. Money is really not a good thing. I didn't expect to see another tragedy today. So many good brothers broke up because of money, but that guy was too shameless. His life was saved, and he still cheated him of his money. But in the end, it seemed that his conscience had awakened. But what was the meaning of "even if I owe you money"? His sincerity was very limited. Everyone was discussing animatedly, talking all at once. After a long while, the waiter who had been watching in a daze suddenly cried and shouted miserably, "Fuck! Those two people didn't pay for the meal. Why are they gone? Ah, what should I do? This. Everyone was stunned. The waiter cried so hard that his heart and liver were torn apart. Oh my God! This meal cost a total of 1,200 purple spirit coins. Those two bastards. They disappeared just like that. They only left behind this broken saber. The The accountant stamped his feet and sighed. His eyes were red. Money is really not a good thing. Everyone looked at the shining saber and was speechless for a moment. What was going on? After all, she was afraid that Chu Yang would commit suicide. She still didn't know when she had borrowed Chu Yang's money and why she had borrowed it. Moreover, she had borrowed such a large sum of money. How to use it? After making 7 or 8 complicated turns, he finally saw Chu Yang. He saw Chu Yang standing elegantly at the end of a street with his hands behind his back. He smiled at Sneaky, who was running towards him, and said, "You're here? I'm here. Didn't you want to die? Don't die. Just take it that I borrowed your money, okay?" Sneaky answered subconsciously. Then he was puzzled. "Oh, you're fine?" Then he became furious. "Tell me, when did I borrow your money? Did we just meet today? Tell me." Chu Yang snorted and said, "What did I say? If I don't do that, then why don't you pay the 1,200 purple spirit coins?" Sneaky's eyes widened. After a long while, he said softly, "Is this a scheme? Just to pay for the meal just now?" As he said that, he looked around sneakily. He was afraid that someone would catch up to him. "Nonsense," Chu Yang said unceremoniously. "What else could it be?" Sneaky was stunned again. After a long while, he said angrily, "You should have told me in advance. I thought about it just now and couldn't figure it out. Do you know how anxious I was?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "If I told you in advance, you wouldn't have been able to do it. You wouldn't have been able to act so realistically. Then both of us would have been smashed there." Greasy Cat actually nodded. "You're right." Then he remembered and said angrily, "But my face has been thrown away by you bastard." Chu Yang was even more furious. "You're the bastard? Your face is fake. This face of mine is real. How can I pay for it with my face?" Sneaky was speechless again. "So you acted for so long just to eat and dash. Meow, you're too cunning." Chu Yang said angrily, "If I wasn't cunning, now you, a heaven-level expert, are grinding there." Teacher Cat shuddered, thinking of the terrible consequences. The fur on his fluffy tail stood up, and he stopped talking. "The most important thing now is to find a place to get some money. I'll have to add to that number later. You can be shameless, but I still want it." Chu Yang waved his sleeves and said, "I've had enough of these days without money." Sneaky said disdainfully, "You're new here, so you don't know how difficult it is to make money in this Heaven Imperial Court? Now all the industries are transparent, unless you break the law. Otherwise, there's no way to make money quickly. Wait and see." Chu Yang snorted and walked out. "Watch me." These two people wandered around the purple cloud city like headless flies. Chu Yang kept inquiring about the prices of roadside shops and stalls as they walked. Chu Yang would walk into a shop as long as he saw one. He would only ask about the prices. This went on for the whole afternoon. Sneaky was so tired that his legs almost turned into noodles. His shoulders drooped as he followed Chu Yang, panting with his tongue out. He really didn't expect that a simple stroll could make a heaven-level expert like him so tired. If you really want to buy something, that's fine too. You just have to make some comments, and in the end, you don't buy anything. You just walk away with the shop assistant rolling his eyes at you. Then, you go to the next shop, and you'll get another round of comments, and you'll be sent off with another roll of eyes. This psychological pressure was too great. Chapter 1727. Shopping like this, if it was a woman, it would be fine. But Chu Yang was a man. This was probably the first time in history that a man could be so thick-skinned. I said, "Have you thought of a way to make money?" The cat teacher repeated the same question over and over again. "Yes," I said. "You've thought of a way to make money?" Along the way, all the businesses that Chu Yang saw were just like what Teacher Cat had said, transparent. Initially, he had wanted to use ZJ's unparalleled medical skills to earn some pocket money, but he had been dealt with one blow after another. "You said you're a doctor? Do you have an identity card? Do you have a medical qualification certificate? Have you checked all of your medicine? Do you have a certificate? You're good at everything? You still dare to say you're a doctor? Get lost. It's good enough that I don't report you." Divine Dr. Chu was utterly defeated. He really didn't expect that the heavenly imperial court had such strict requirements for all aspects of the census. And it was equally strict for all trades and professions. It was so strict that not even a drop of water could leak out. Every city had a special audit organization to evaluate and manage all trades and professions. This was a strict and orderly social structure. Even the basic necessities of life, food, shelter, entertainment, and so on, were strictly regulated. Everyone had their own duties, and there was no chaos. Compared to the messy Chongtian continent, this place was more like a human society. But such standardized management also made it difficult for outsiders like Chu Yong to make a living. As an outsider, not only was he not acclimatized, he also seemed to be incompatible with the whole society. How could he not hit a wall? Chu Yong felt as if he had come from the ancient times to the modern times. He was out of place and behind the times. Chu Yong was so indignant that he almost vomited blood. China clearly had outstanding medical skills and extremely miraculous medicines. All the chronic diseases in the world were in China's eyes. Nothing was more than this, but it was a stage where you could display your skills. Isn't it sad? Could it be that ever since I stepped into the heavenly imperial court, it was the beginning of my disaster? From the beginning, everything went wrong and I was unlucky. Walking on the Golden Bridge, falling from a high altitude and almost becoming a meat patty. Only when I entered the upper realm did I know that ZJ had become a pauper, meeting new friends, using energy and buying elixirs. Besides saving his life, he also had to think of a way to escape from the encirclement. Finally, they entered the city and ate heartily. After a full meal, they both had money in their pockets. He wanted to work hard and show off his medical skills. His miraculous hands turned into spring, but his identity became a huge problem. Save me. How much longer will ZJ's bad luck last? Oh, you said you don't have an ID card? Teacher Cat looked at Chu Young in surprise. How do you have an ID card? You can't even do this? How did you survive all these years? You have an ID card? Chu Young frowned. Nonsense, of course there is. A certain cat looked at Chu Young as if looking at an idiot, just like how Chu Young looked at him before. Let me see, Chu Young said weakly. Here. A certain cat handed over something. Chu Young took it and looked at it. The so-called ID card was just a small card. Teacher Cat's name was written on it. A lot of information such as one's place of birth name, creepy cat race, meow clan gender, male, date of birth, Tianke calendar month day, occupation, teacher home address, Meow Valley, ID number. Chu Young slowly inserted his elemental energy. He saw the card suddenly change color, and a clear cat's head appeared on its surface. It opened its mouth and meowed. Meow. I am Creepy Cat. In a moment, the mist dissipated and the cat's head shrank back into a thin card. Chu Young looked at it and was speechless for a long time. This was the so-called ID card? It was indeed a magical item. This is my ID card, Creepy Cat said proudly. ZJ, we demons can use the symbol of our clan. You humans are not as convenient as us. A human's head can only be made to look like ZJ. It's so old-fashioned. Look at this. This cat's head is so mighty. Although I am confident in my looks, I am still a little inferior to this head. What is the use of this thing? Chu Young frowned. This thing is very useful. At least it can prove who you are. Creepy Cat said. Also, only after this thing has been officially established can you be considered a member of the Tianke Imperial Court. As long as you are alive, your information will always be lit up. If you are dead, your head will be gray. Therefore, your identity will be cancelled immediately. Chu Young was puzzled. He couldn't understand what they were talking about. Sword Spirit, do you know this? Chu Young asked quietly in his heart. In the tribulation space, the Sword Spirit widened his eyes. No, it's not at all. This is made by the shit? Chu Young smiled bitterly. He thought that he was carrying an aboriginal with him, but it turned out that he was also a bumpkin. Only now did he remember something fishy. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Did you really just ascend? Chu Young smiled bitterly. How can it be fake? If I didn't just ascend today, I wouldn't have any money at all. Since you just came to the Tianke Imperial Court, why don't you go and apply for an identity card? Creepy Cat said angrily. Applying for an identity card is a serious crime. How do I apply for an identity card? Apply at the government office. Do you still need to ask? Creepy Cat was exasperated. Idiot. Even the children of my cat clan are smarter than you. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. It seemed that he was despised by someone again and again. After a few turns, they finally arrived at the local government office. However, it was already dark. At this time, there was no one in the government office. This was a very normal phenomenon. It seemed that the government office didn't work 24/7. The two of them had no other choice but to stay at the inn. However, the inn's owner requested for the guest's ID card to register. Chu Yang explained again and again, and the owner reluctantly believed him. He reported the matter to the authorities, but still refused to let Chu Yang stay at the inn. Creepy Cat had no choice but to get a room for Chu Yang. Then, when Chu Yang was about to sneak into the room by jumping over the wall, tragedy happened again. Poof! Minister Chu fell down with his limbs facing the sky. A ball of lightning flashed on his body. His whole body twitched. As long as it's a proper inn, it will have the protection of the Tianke Imperial Court's Law Enforcement Department. This is a security wall. It attracts the power of lightning from the sky. Teacher Cat hurriedly explained to the people who came out after hearing the commotion. What's not proper about it? That seems to be harder to find. Zixia City is a big city. The management is relatively strict, so then what do we do? This, after a long while, at the entrance of the Tianke Imperial Court's registration office, two people squatted there with arms crossed. Because Minister Chu broke the law, Teacher Cat was also implicated. With a shake of his body, he became a danger and was expelled by the inn. At this point, the two of them had no place to stay. They could only wait here for the government office to go to work, and then think about it after they survived this night. In one night, no less than a dozen security patrol teams came to interrogate them. What are you doing here? Name? What are you doing here? Chu Yang and Shifty Cat explained over and over again. We just ascended and don't have your identity card. We can't stay here. So we're waiting here for the registration. So you're refugees. Wait here obediently. Rugwa, you dare to cause trouble, he? The two of them were scolded by the patrol team for an entire night. In the end, they were stupefied refugees. Chu Yang's heart was filled with tears. Breaking through the void and ascending. What kind of amazing feat was that? How did they become refugees when they came here? How did this happen? Sigh. I don't know how Qinggu Luer, Gu Duxing and the rest are doing. Can they survive this? Chu Yang sighed repeatedly in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black night sky. He actually felt like crying but had no tears. Damn it. This is called a fucking shit. At first, he was still thinking. After ascending, he should continue to command the world and show off his skills. How to trample on a shit person and establish his reputation. Who would have thought that he couldn't even stay in a hotel after ascending, and that anyone could scold him? It had to be said that the environment of the Heaven Imperial Court was quite terrifying for the human body. The two of them forced themselves to stay awake until midnight. They were really too sleepy and their eyelids kept fighting. In the end, they leaned against the wall and fell asleep. The legendary strongest calamity sword master Chu Yang spent his first night at the foot of the wall after ascending to the Heaven Imperial Court. Finally, the sun rose. The surroundings slowly became noisy. An old man and a young man used a broken carriage to bring a big pot to the foot of the wall where Chu Yang and Shifty Cat were leaning against. They took down the table, stewed the stove, placed the iron pot on it, and started to make a fire. The old man was busy in front while the young man erected a signboard at the side. Then, he walked over and kicked the cat teacher. Beggar, get lost. The cat teacher jumped up with a meow and was furious. What are you doing? The young man crossed his arms and looked at him with disdain. Get lost somewhere else. Don't disturb Moneymaker here. A stinky beggar dares to be so angry? Moneymaker? Chu Yang and the cat teacher glared at him. What makes you think you can make money here? Can't we rest here? You? Humph. The young man retorted arrogantly, "Do you think that this is a place where anyone can set up a stall? This old man is the uncle of Captain Lee from the Population Management Department. How can you compare with me? Are you blind?" Both Shifty Cat and Chu Yang were stunned. What kind of trick is this? Competing with brother-in-law? The young man continued to show off. He pointed at the old man and said, "That is our father, the father-in-law of Captain Lee from the Population Management Department. What do you think? That's awesome. Humph. Only our family can occupy this place. Do you see that? Those who sell vegetables are chased away by the city's management, but we can sell youtiao here. Do you understand?" Old man, Gu in. Gu in. Chu Yang and Shifty Cat looked at each other and sighed. They looked at the dirty signboard that said breakfast, youtiao flying chicken soup, and were speechless. Chapter 1728. So relationships are very important now. Fishy heaved a long sigh. I don't usually go out, so I don't know these things. Sigh. I don't even have such an awesome brother-in-law. This, Chu Yang was speechless. Elder came to find a guide, thinking that he was riding on someone's coattails. Who would have thought that he was such a bookworm? If he had known, Elder would have sold him out to the Wolf Clan. He could have gotten some pocket money and hired a random Wolf Clan member would definitely be better than this guy. How regretful. The two could only move to the opposite side and wait for the population control office to open. However, that so-called identity card was really not difficult to apply for. After Chu Yang said so, the management staff immediately went through the formalities. Because he had no money, Chu Yang still took out 500 purple crystals as the registration fee. Using purple crystals as the fee was not new. People who had just ascended usually did not have local currency on them, but they definitely had purple crystals. It was just that using them here seemed to be a bit of a loss. State your name. Chu Yang faced a strange round ball and said dryly, Chu Yang. After a burst of mist, Chu Yang only felt a chill down his spine. The procedure was completed. The legendary identity card was finally in his hands. After injecting his spiritual power, he saw a face with a mournful expression. It was Minister Chu. Then, he heard two weak words, Chu Yang. That tone. It was as if someone had taken turns with rice 300 times. It was weak and powerless. The legendary identity card was something that would last a lifetime. Therefore, this also became the mark of Minister Chu's life. Because of this, Minister Chu was vexed for the rest of his life, until the end of time. Walking on the street, Chu Yang finally had a subtle feeling of turning from black to white. Fishy followed beside him. Although it was no longer the bearded style, it still did not return to its original Cat Clan appearance. Here, it was far from being out of danger. The two walked in silence all the way. They had to be silent. Talking also required energy. After being tossed around for so long, they were already hungry. Now that they could save one breath, they were only left with one breath. After a long silence, someone finally could not help but speak. I didn't expect this Heaven Imperial Court to be so difficult to survive. Chu Yang rubbed his belly and felt that something was fishy. You're a Heaven stage expert, yet you're so useless. You don't even have a single cent. Fishy's face flushed red. I never bring money with me. It's always the people who come with me who help me bring. As he spoke, he suddenly became gloomy and said, It's a pity. They've already. As he spoke, her eyes turned red. Hey, don't be sad. Let's think about how to make money to eat. Chu Yang finally realized that the most important thing in this Heaven Imperial Court wasn't the heavenly treasures. It was not a divine weapon. It was money. Enough money to ensure that you have enough to eat and a place to rest and sleep. Without money, it was really hard to do anything. What made people speechless the most was that the money here was actually just an item made of the most ordinary purple copper. Other than the ability to purchase items, it had no other use. Chu Yang sighed. He had originally planned to release Tai Butian and the rest from the tribulation space after he came up. Looking at the situation now, he was like a beggar. He had no way to feed himself. If he really added them, save me. These three words were the most sincere thoughts in Chu Yang's heart at this moment. So, It was better to wait. He really could not afford to lose his dignity as a man. Yes, yes. Quickly earning money is the most important thing. Once I earn money, I'll look for Chow Yueguan to discuss the topic of arithmetic. Teacher Cat also realized that it was impossible to do anything without money. At this point, money was omnipotent. That Chow Jiagong, the genius who invented arithmetic? Chu Yang was very interested. Yes. Fishy's face was solemn. This Mr. Chow Yueguan is really amazing. Although I've never met him, I've long heard of him. I heard that this Chow Jiagong has a noble character and loves chrysanthemums. He believes that the chrysanthemum is the #1 flower in the world, so he calls himself Chrysanthemum Pass. He's really awe-inspiring. Chrysanthemum Pass. Chu Yang muttered to himself. It's really elegant. You mean, you want to pass this Chrysanthemum Pass? To reach the depths of learning? Fishy nodded seriously. His face was full of yearning. He muttered, Chrysanthemum Pass, Chrysanthemum Pass. I've been thinking about him for a long time. I also want to see what kind of chrysanthemum can make Chow Yueguan so obsessed. If possible, I want to get a few too. I wish you success. Chu Yang prayed. The two walked around for half a day and still did not find any way to earn money, except for robbery. As for Chu Yang's medical skills, although he had an ID card, he was still not qualified to practice medicine. If they really relied on this and waited until they got a certificate, these two people would probably die. They would have already starved to death on the streets. Besides, getting a certificate also required money, and that kind of professional qualification certificate required even more money. In other words, it was a sea of money. The two people looked at each other and were at a loss of what to do. Chu Yang had no choice but to try and rob the shop. However, Teacher Cat would not allow it. I've already eaten a free meal with you. I'm already feeling guilty. If you try to rob me again, I'll put justice before righteousness. Do you think I don't dare? Looking at the righteous cat teacher, Chu Yang could only look up to the sky and sigh. This stubborn person, a real stubborn person. Just as he was at his wit's end, he suddenly saw many martial artists walking by in 2s and 3s with excited faces. They whispered as they walked. The words of the two people attracted the attention of Chu Yang and Fishy. Have you heard? The Zixia City auction house has just received a rare saber. It's about to be auctioned. One person lowered his voice. I heard that the saber can cut iron like mud and cut through hair. Another person said suspiciously, Of course. The first person said with infinite certainty, It's really a good saber. I heard that the origin of this saber is very funny. What? Tell me about it. According to the boss of Golden Dawn Restaurant, two shameless people went to Golden Dawn Restaurant, the #1 restaurant in Purple Cloud City, to eat and dash. After eating, they didn't have money to pay the bill, so they fought and ran away, leaving behind a knife. The boss of Golden Glow Restaurant thought that he was unlucky at first. He didn't expect that the saber left behind by the person with low cultivation was actually a treasure saber. He asked a friend of the auction house to appraise it. The result was that it was a heaven-grade treasure saber. So he immediately sold it to the auction house and got a sky-high price. The auction house was worried that there would be no good items in the auction in a few days. They didn't expect that a treasure saber would fall from the sky and immediately announce it. The auction will be held this afternoon. Damn it! The person who was listening was furious. He was envious and jealous. He cursed. This kind of luck actually happened to the boss of a restaurant. Why didn't it happen to me? That's right. The boss of Golden Glow Restaurant is really lucky. He picked up a treasure saber for no reason. What kind of idiot is he? He actually took a treasure saber to eat a meal without paying. He even threw away the treasure saber for a meal. I'm really his second uncle. That's right. Those two people are really prodigals that are hard to come by in 1,000 years. They are big idiots that are hard to come by in 10,000 years. If I meet such idiots, I will beat them until their mother can't recognize them. This is so annoying. But at this time, another voice cut in. Brothers, I'm afraid what you said is wrong. I was there at that time. At that time, those two people used the saber because they owed money. I heard that the original owner of the saber was a kind person. He not only saved the debtor's life, but also used all his wealth to lend it to his friend. Unexpectedly, his friend was despicable, shameless, and despicable. He refused to admit his debt, so the owner of the saber had no choice but to use the saber. I don't know if the heavens are blind. The debtor's cultivation was so high that the creditor couldn't do anything about it. In grief and indignation, he wanted to kill himself. That bastard who owed the debt saw that the situation was not good and chased after him. I guess he probably went to kill the debtor to silence him. The matter was quite clear. How did it become a meal without paying? I saw the creditor with my own eyes. He definitely didn't look like a person who would eat a meal without paying. There must be something fishy about this. Ah, is that so? How can you say that? How did it become like that after passing on? You're really stupid. Do you really think that it was because of luck? The owner of the Golden Aurora Pavilion is such a shrewd person. If he didn't say that, how could the saber fall into his hands? That creditor was kidnapped by the debtor. I guess he's probably dead by now. Naturally, no one would refute the accusation of a dead person. Everyone present understood this matter. Otherwise, how could he be the owner of the Golden Aurora Pavilion? So that's the case. The owner of the Golden Aurora Pavilion really got a great bargain. Whether he got a great bargain or not, it doesn't have much to do with us. On the contrary, I feel pity for that saber. It's like casting pearls before swine. Isn't that so? This is troublesome. Once it enters the auction house, how can we afford it? Yes, who doesn't want such a treasure saber? Why don't we pool the money? Pool the money? Even if we pool the money to buy it, who will use it? Are you willing to let me use it first? Those people walked away quickly as they discussed. Behind them, Chu Yang and Fishy were stunned like two super idiots. They looked at each other blankly, and the expressions on their faces were very interesting. Don't tell me that the two prodigals that are hard to come by in 1,000 years and idiots that are hard to come by in 10,000 years are the two of us? Fishy opened his mouth and turned around to ask Chu Yang as if there was something wrong with his neck. The corners of Minister Chu's mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, "Motherfucker." Chapter 1729. Chu Yang was still a little distracted and said, Shifty Guy covered his face and jumped up and spun around. When he landed, his face was already distorted and he said, almost crying, "What should we do? That's a heaven-grade treasure sword." Chu Yang said weakly, "Let's go to the auction to take a look." Shifty Guy still couldn't get over it. After a few steps, he suddenly pointed at Chu Yang and scolded, You're a prodigal that only appears once in 1,000 years, an idiot that only appears once in 10,000 years. You actually threw away your ancestral treasure sword just to dine and dash. You're pissing me off. You fucker. Even if you gave me the sword." The rumors spread and spread. You, the dine and dash, have such a good reputation, while I, Teacher Cat, am so miserable. Where's the justice in this? This time, Teacher Cat was so anxious that his mouth was blistering. He was so distressed that he couldn't speak. Although Teacher Cat was a little more innocent, he wasn't really a bookworm who didn't know anything about the world. If he was really a bookworm in the ordinary sense, how could he be worthy of being the teacher of a clan? Although there were some factors involved, Teacher Cat's true ability was something that no one could doubt. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was vast and had a large population. Naturally, there were many master craftsmen and high-level blacksmiths. They weren't unknown, but there were still dozens of them. But compared to the huge population of martial artists in the Heaven Imperial Court, this number couldn't even be considered as a drop in the bucket. It would be more appropriate to say that it was a drop in the bucket. Purely based on the comparison of numbers, it was believed that even if these master craftsmen didn't eat or drink and worked day and night, and everyone worked for a lifetime, they would still be far from being able to satisfy the number of high-level weapons that the martial artists in the Heaven Imperial Court needed. This comparison was definitely not an exaggeration. It was even a consensus that everyone knew. Moreover, heaven-grade weapons could only be forged by high-level blacksmiths who were at least at the level of master craftsmen, and they could only be forged occasionally. Because if one wanted to truly guarantee that every weapon could reach the heaven grade level, then only master craftsmen could do it. However, how could it be so easy to invite a grandmaster blacksmith? If a grandmaster blacksmith had the time, he might be preparing to advance to a higher level. After all, a grandmaster blacksmith at the peak of the grandmaster blacksmith rank could forge saint rank weapons. Only by being able to forge a saint-level weapon would one be able to live up to the title of master. Above the master level was the grandmaster artificer. That was the true peak of the artificer profession. However, in the entire Heaven Palace, there were only 2 grandmasters who were well known. Moreover, these 2 had already sealed their furnaces, other than those who were particularly familiar with him, or those who owed him a favor in the past, and those who came to him with a token of appreciation. He no longer knew how to forge weapons. Because of this, when the cat teacher heard that a certain idiot had actually lost a heaven-grade treasured saber, his heart ached so much that he wanted to cry. Chu Yang, this idiot, this super invincible prodigal was actually willing to throw away such a precious heaven-grade weapon just for a mouthful of food and for the sake of acting realistic? Until now, the cat teacher still couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. If such a person wasn't an idiot and a super prodigal, what else could he be? Sigh. The expression on Chu Yang's face was very strange at this moment. He seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, and he seemed to be a little annoyed. The strangest thing was that he was actually smiling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Let's go. Let's go take a look at that treasured saber passed down in my family. Let's see who it ends up in and how much it can be auctioned for in the end. Fishy choked and said, Anyway, it's destined to be someone else's. Every time I take a look at it, I'll feel even sadder. It's better not to look at it. Let me tell you, such a good weapon, and it's auctioned off at a sky-high price. You definitely won't be able to redeem it, let alone have that sum of money. We don't even have money to buy a bag. However, Chu Yang ignored him and pulled him away without consulting him. At this moment, a certain king of hell was really curious. To be honest, he had just casually pulled out a saber. Although it was several times stronger than ordinary weapons, it was just a defective item in the tribulation realm. Why was it so valuable in the Heaven Palace? And it was even recognized as a heaven-grade weapon? What kind of explanation was this? The weapons in the Heaven Palace were actually so scarce? Also, how much could a heaven-grade weapon be sold for? If it could really be sold for a considerable sum of money, then wouldn't he be rich just like that? When this thought arose, how could a certain someone, who had long been driven crazy by money, not feel relieved? How could he not go and take a look immediately? And Chu Yang had to go and take a look at that auction no matter what. Even if his legs were broken, he had to go there on his stomach. In order to enter the auction house, Chu Yang had to pay 2 purple crystals as a bribe before he and Fishy could sit in the auction hall and wait as spectators. There were still 4 long hours before the auction started. The hall was filled with so many seats that one couldn't see the end of it. However, only Chu Yang and Fishy were sitting there like 2 dazed birds. Apart from that, the auction house staff were busy. They were busy setting up something. Both of them had nothing, so naturally, they didn't have breakfast. And now, it was almost lunchtime. Their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger, but they still didn't have money. Even if they went out, they wouldn't have anything to eat, so they could only waste their time here. So, how could these 4 hours not be long? Rumble. The cat teacher's stomach rumbled like thunder again. Chu Yang didn't move at all. He closed his eyes and rested. Grumble, 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 grumble. The cat teacher's stomach seemed to be rumbling in midsummer. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yang pitifully. Meow, I'm so hungry. Bear with it. Chu Yang didn't even bat an eyelid. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Teacher Cat clutched his stomach in pain, feeling a little empty inside. Just take it as losing weight. Meow. Okay. 2 hours had finally passed. Chu Yang sighed. I can't take it anymore. He took out 2 jugs of wine from the tribulation space and threw one to Teacher Cat. Why don't you drink some wine first? Drink on an empty stomach. Are you crazy? Teacher Cat asked dizzily. Forget it if you don't want to drink. I'll save it. Who says I don't want to drink? I'll drink. After drinking a jug of wine, the two felt a little tipsy. For a period of time, they didn't seem to be hungry anymore. But after a quarter of an hour, the feeling of hunger suddenly attacked them again, and it seemed to be 10 times stronger than before. The cat teacher's eyes glowed with a sinister green light as he stared at the tables and chairs with a greedy look in his eyes. It made people wonder if he would swallow both the table and the stool. Curling up on the chair, Teacher Cat trembled. He was hungry. Noises rang out. Finally, people began to enter the venue. Teacher Cat immediately straightened his back and sat up straight. He looked solemn. No matter what, he couldn't let anyone else see his embarrassing appearance just now. If they saw Teacher Cat starving like that, then there was no need for this cat to return to the Cat Valley. He might as well kill himself. While the two hungry people were anxiously waiting, the long-awaited auction finally began. As usual, there was a bunch of nonsense opening remarks. Then, the auction officially began. First, a few jade artifacts were auctioned. Then, a few spirit herbs were auctioned. Finally, a piece of purple crystal jade essence was auctioned. Chu Yang was a little surprised. He pricked up his ears to listen. This palm-sized piece of purple crystal jade essence was sold for 5,000 purple cloud coins. Simple conversion: 1 water cloud coin is $1. 1 purple spirit coin is $100. 1 purple cloud coin is $10,000. This was a sky-high price. Chu Yang's eyes widened. This piece of purple crystal jade essence was sold for 5,000 purple cloud coins? In other words, it was 50 million water cloud coins? When he thought of the mountain of purple crystal jade essence in his space, he couldn't help but feel like a miser. So he was always so rich. He was clearly a nouveau riche. However, when he saw the heated scramble just now, Chu Yang clearly realized that if he were to really take it out, he would really become the target of public criticism. In this auction, there were many real experts participating in the auction. Ever since he entered the Heaven Palace, his divine sense, which had always been successful, had been weakened. Now, Chu Yang could only feel a strong aura, but he didn't know what cultivation level everyone was at. He couldn't tell what cultivation level each person was at, but what he could be sure of was that there were at least a few Earth-grade experts in this hall. This had nothing to do with divine sense, but was based on Chu Yang's own judgment. Because those people gave Chu Yang an unusually strong pressure. Chu Yang was currently at the peak of human grade. To be able to pressure him, they had to be at least Earth-grade experts. As for whether there were heaven-grade experts, Chu Yang couldn't estimate. Because heaven-grade experts could perfectly hide their aura. Those who weren't at heaven grade wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities. Purple crystal jade essence. Catman looked at the stage enviously, drooling. Chu Yang was speechless. This cat's second brother was a heaven-grade expert. According to what he knew these 2 days, heaven-grade experts were people who could do whatever they wanted. Any one of them was very powerful. But this cat's second brother was, not only was his face honest, but his body was honest too. When he opened his mouth, he was even more honest. Sigh. Chu Yang was speechless for a while. He looked up. Today's main event had officially begun. 2 charming young girls, wearing tight black clothes that outlined their perfect curves, walked up to the auction stage with a snow-white long saber in their hands. The black clothes and the snow saber formed a sharp contrast, making the saber look even more cold and threatening. Chapter 1730. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes lit up. Even the Earth-grade experts were no exception. Sigh. Fishy sighed from the bottom of his heart and covered his widened eyes with his hands. At this moment, Teacher Cat hated himself for being so ignorant. He had spent too much time on academics and had no common sense in life. If he had paid a little bit of attention, he would not have let such a heaven-grade saber slip away from his eyes. Even if it was just a free meal, what would happen? The auctioneer on the stage said excitedly, "Everyone must be looking forward to it." That's right. This saber is the finale of today's auction. This is a sheathless long saber. Therefore, we have named it Sheathless Saber. The crowd was silent. Everyone must have heard about the origins of this saber. That's right. It is a saber left behind by a customer who suddenly left after a meal at Golden Glow restaurant. Because this customer did not pay for the meal, this saber was used to pay for the meal. In other words, this saber belongs to Golden Glow restaurant. Golden Glow restaurant has decided to sell this saber to our auction house to make up for their losses. Laughter came from the crowd. Using such a precious saber to pay for a meal and saying that it was making up for their losses. If this was called making up for their losses, I believe everyone would be willing to suffer such losses. This whole thing was really funny no matter how one thought about it. It was really strange that there was such an idiot in the world. Teacher Cat cried, "This is so embarrassing. If the truth of this matter is found out in the future, and one of the two people who ate was me, the famous Teacher Cat, how can I go out and face people in the future?" Chu Yang clenched his teeth. "Shut your cat mouth. As long as you don't talk nonsense, the truth, it will never become the truth." Next, the auction for this sheathless saber will begin. The starting price is 10,000 purple cloud coins. Every increase in price, no less than 1,000 purple cloud coins. The highest bidder wins. Chu Yang was shocked. This saber was just casually made by the sword spirit. Such a saber in Chu Yang's hands was no better than trash. The starting price was actually twice as high as the previous purple crystal jade essence. Was there a mistake? What was going on? The crowd was boiling. 15,000, 10,000, 17,000, 20,000. In the blink of an eye, the price doubled. At this point, many people had already lowered their heads in dejection. It seemed that they had no fate with this treasured saber. It wasn't that they didn't want to bid, but that they had no money. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. It was so fishy and full of regret, but the price reached a new high. 25,000, 30,000. The auctioneer on the stage was so excited that he almost spasmed. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Good!" Guest number 8 had already bid 30,000. 30,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? All right, customer number 5 bids 35,000. Such a divine weapon. It could be said to be a martial artist's second life. No matter how much it cost, it was worth it. All right, a customer with an account offered 30,000. 30,000, 30,000. Is there anyone else? Guest number 8 turned the tide and bid 40,000. 40,000, 40,000, 40,000 going once. 40,000. Guest number 5 bid 45,000. 45,000, 45,000, 45,000, 45,000. Greasy Face said weakly, 45,000 purple cloud coins. How many meals of 1,200 purple soul coins can you eat? Chu Yang sighed and said, "This auctioneer is too tired." That mouth of his. On average, he said more than 10 words in an instant. Moreover, every word was enunciated clearly. He's really talented. Greasy Face looked at him in surprise. You're really generous. Hearing this number, I feel full even though I'm starving. How can you still laugh? Why is your heart so generous? Chu Yang was calm and composed. Don't worry, you'll know in a while. Bear with it for a while longer. I'll treat you to a good meal later. Greasy Face's expression changed again. He said, forget it. I really don't dare to go to your treat. If I go and eat, I don't have the money to pay the bill. Getting beaten up is a small matter. But if you come up with some treasured sword to make up for the bill, I will be depressed to death. Chu Yang was surprised. Why are you so smart this time? You guessed that I was eyeing this weapon business. I won't hide it from you. Greasy Face immediately interrupted Chu Yang's speech. He sighed painfully. Sigh. Mr. Prodigal, let me go. Don't daydream anymore. Do you think that heaven-grade weapons are cabbages that can be found everywhere? Just this one is enough to make my heart ache. You still want to come up with some weapon business? I think you're starving, right? In the end, this heaven-grade treasured sword was sold for a terrifying 57,000 purple cloud dollars. This price was already the highest price of a heaven-grade weapon. However, the people in the auction hall were still not satisfied. If it wasn't for the fact that the price was too high, there would probably be another 3 to 5 similar weapons at a lower price. If the price was lower, it would still be snatched up. Chu Yang stood up. Greasy Face also stood up dejectedly. You've become a hero just by watching the auction on an empty stomach? Greasy Face mocked. Yes, I'll make you a hero later. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Chu Yang snorted coldly and retorted, full of confidence. Then, Greasy Face realized, hey, this guy was clearly barehanded just now. Why are there 3 swords hanging from his waist now? When did he appear? These swords and sabers. Greasy Face looked askance as he walked. Shut up. Arriving at the auction hall, Chu Yang put on a handsome, sunny, and gentle smile and walked over to the receptionist. Hello, beautiful lady. Greasy Face covered his face in pain and wailed, this bastard. He actually used a handsome man to trick me. He's really unscrupulous. Don't tell me he's planning to sell his body in exchange for hunger? I really can't do that. One had to admit that Chu Yang's appearance was indeed outstanding. He was tall and slender, and his face was a typical handsome man's face. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and slightly thin lips. At this moment, when he smiled, he was really bright, warm, and gentle. He could be said to be a real idol. Although the receptionist also had some knowledge because of her work, when faced with such a handsome man, how could she avoid it? She immediately had a good impression of him, and stars appeared in her eyes. She smiled warmly and said, Guest, may I ask what you need? Well, it's like this. I have a few swords here that I want to sell to your auction house. I don't know if you can take the trouble to introduce me to the manager of your auction house? Chu Yang smiled very brightly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. After he finished speaking, he even winked at the lady. The receptionist's face instantly turned red, and her heart thumped wildly. She said somewhat frantically, it's like this, please wait for a moment. I'll go get someone for you. After she finished speaking, she actually turned around and ran away as if she was escaping. Greasy Face looked at Chu Yang as if he had seen a ghost. I say, are you sick from hunger? How is this lady beautiful? Her face is full of freckles, and half of her face is numb. The only thing that stands out is that she's a little taller. How can you say the word beautiful? Don't you have any conscience at all? He complained. You even need to use such a handsome man's trick. Chu Yang said expressionlessly, don't you know the principle of acting according to urgency? If not, as long as she uses a little trick, we might not be able to meet the manager. Then, we can just wait to starve to death on the streets. If that's really the case, remember, it's you who starved your savior to death. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at Greasy Face in exasperation. Also, don't ever tell anyone that you're my friend. If a heaven-grade master like you could be as glorious as others, would I still need to endure humiliation and use a handsome man's trick? Would I starve? Would I be so miserable? Tell me, since I've been your companion, what good have I gotten? Once this matter was mentioned, the cat teacher immediately gave up and raised the white flag high in surrender. What swords? Have you looked carefully? You haven't. You haven't even looked and you're dragging me out? Do you think I have a lot of time? A scolding voice came from behind. Then, a middle-aged man walked out with an ugly face. He raised his head and said, Who's so thick-skinned? You didn't even show me the goods and you let me out? The receptionist stood behind him with her head lowered. Her face was full of grievance, and there were faint traces of tears that she had just wiped away. It's me. Chu Yang smiled and stepped forward. We saw the auction just now. To put it bluntly, that saber, in my opinion, is really not a high-grade saber. I have a few sets of sabers and swords here that I feel are better than that saber by a few levels. I just don't know if you can handle them. What did you say? The saber we just auctioned is not a high-grade saber? The manager snorted. What do you know? That's a heaven-grade weapon. The manager felt that he shouldn't have come and turned to leave. These two were obviously lying, but they didn't even know how to lie. They actually claimed to have better sabers than heaven-grade sabers? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but do you think you can have such a heavenly weapon? Let's talk about something more difficult. Have you seen a weapon of that level? Haha, I won't lie to you. Not only have I seen it, but it's very common. Chu Yang laughed and then, clang. The saber was unsheathed. The sound was clear, crisp, and melodious. Just by hearing this sound, one would know that this saber was definitely not an ordinary weapon. The steward who was leaving stopped when he heard the voice. He turned around abruptly and looked back. His eyes were fixed on the shiny saber. As an old fox in the martial world and a big shot in the auction house, he was very familiar with sabers and swords. Just by hearing the sound of the saber being unsheathed, he already knew that this saber was not an ordinary weapon. Chapter 1731. The saber was surrounded by cloud patterns and shone with a cold light. The moment it was unsheathed, the temperature in the hall dropped by a few degrees. Such a saber could only be described with the word perfect. Heaven-level high-grade? A peerless saber? The steward's eyes were fixed on the saber, and his face turned red. Only now did he remember what the other party said. Can you eat it? If the 3 weapons in this person's hands were all of this grade, to eat them all at once, it would definitely take a lot of effort. This guest, haha. The manager rubbed his hands, his face a little red. He hurriedly walked forward. This humble one is Meng Zhaoqiang. This is the chief manager of the auction house. Just now, this humble one's eyes were really bad, and my words were rude. I did not receive you well. Please forgive me. Ha ha. He laughed dryly, turned his head, and gestured with his hands. Please, let's talk inside. Chu Yang smiled and put the saber back into its sheath. He said politely to the receptionist, "Thank you for your introduction." Only then did he follow manager Meng Zhaoqiang in with Fishy. Along the way, Fishy felt as if he was walking on clouds. He felt as if he was dreaming. It was really another treasured saber. Only, why did he say another? Inside, manager Meng Zhaoqiang carefully examined the 2 sabers and 1 sword in front of him. Without a doubt, these weapons were all peerless heaven-level weapons. The so-called peerless heaven-level weapons were weapons that had already surpassed the basic standard of heaven level and were infinitely close to the level of saint, but were still a little bit away from reaching the level of saint. Therefore, this kind of weapon had a name between the 2. It was also called false saint. May I know your name, sir? My surname is Chu Yang. After some small talk, the host and the guest sat down. I have carefully examined these 2 sabers and 1 sword. They are indeed peerless heaven-level weapons. However, what really surprised me is that the blades of these weapons are still brand new, as if they are ownerless weapons that have not been tainted by karma. It had to be said. This manager's eyes were still quite sharp. So, I'm afraid that you'll be able to find a way out. I have some questions. These swords and sabers have the same craftsmanship. They should be made by the same master, but I don't know which master made them. Also, who was the first cast on the saber? I'm not trying to find out about your identity or background. I'm just curious as to when such a great master appeared. Chu Yang said indifferently, I'm very sorry about your question because this first forge is one of my elder brothers. Because he was handicapped when he was young, he was unable to practice any superior martial arts. Therefore, he poured all his heart and soul into the path of forging. My elder brother was indifferent to fame and fortune. He never showed his face in public. Therefore, very few people know about these weapons. They were all personally forged by him. I see. Meng Zhaoqiang rolled his eyes. He didn't doubt Chu Yang's answer. After all, both of them had just met for the first time. If Chu Yang were to speak from the bottom of his heart, then he would be suspicious of Chu Yang's motives. Chu Yang said indifferently, This elder brother of mine has been fond of forging weapons since he was a child. I remember that when he was 17 years old, he had already forged his first human-level weapon. However, it had already melted. After all, it was an immature work when he was young. By the time he was 28 years old, he could already forge heaven-level weapons at will. Weapons lower than heaven level are all failed works. What's the point of keeping them? Meng Zhaoqiang's eyes suddenly widened. My elder brother is now 52 years old. He is no longer as young and frivolous as he was back then. In life, one must always consider the basic necessities of life. Chu Yang said softly, My elder brother has never sold his weapons before. This is the first time. I've heard of your name, and am here to ask about it. Meng Zhaoqiang's mind suddenly became active. If what the person in front of him said was true, he could already forge heaven-level weapons at will at the age of 28. Now that he was 52 years old, he was in the prime of his life. Then, what could this person do? What kind of profound level could he reach? Just from these 3 sabers and swords, it didn't seem like he was lying. If he could win over this person, then it wouldn't just be a matter of a large sum of money. Originally, he was still thinking about whether to kill these 2 people and keep the 3 heaven-level weapons. Now, it seemed that it was better to test them first. The risk of offending a master-level blacksmith was really too great. The gains definitely didn't make up for the losses. It's my honor that you think so highly of me. However, if I may ask, is this elder brother of yours a master blacksmith or a grandmaster blacksmith? Speaking of the words grandmaster blacksmith, Meng Zhaoqiang's face involuntarily revealed a look of respect. I'm afraid my elder brother hasn't reached the grandmaster level yet, Chuyang said. To be honest, I'm just a beginner in the blacksmith industry. I can't guess what level my elder brother is at now. I only know that he has never failed in forging heaven-level weapons. His works in recent years are all peerless works. Occasionally, there are some that are better than peerless works, but the number is relatively small. Meng Zhaoqiang's face twitched. A few times. If it was better than peerless heaven-level weapons, wouldn't it be at the saint level? If this statement was true, then this elder brother was at least a top-level master blacksmith. And it seemed that he had a lot of them in stock. This time, he was rich. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly just now. Otherwise, may I ask how many of these weapons this master has? Meng Zhaoqiang asked cautiously. This, I'm really not sure. I'm indebted to my elder brother for thinking so highly of me and letting me call him elder brother. In fact, I'm only responsible for transporting metal materials to him 3 times a year. Roughly estimating, I've already transported 700,000 kilograms of metal materials for him, right? Chuyang said with uncertainty. He's a very old-fashioned person. I'm the only one who can say a few words to him. If it weren't for the fact that he encountered a problem this time and needed a lot of money, he might not have taken out these swords to sell. Encountered a problem? I don't know what kind of problem he encountered. Is there anything we can do to help? Meng Zhaoqiang sensitively grasped this point. Thank you for your concern. My elder brother only needs a lot of money at present. Chuyang sighed. It's because of this that we also want to find a long-term partner this time. Because such an auction will definitely not be held only once. Meng Zhaoqiang almost laughed out loud in his heart. This was really someone sending a pillow to him when he was sleepy. We also want to work with the great master for a long time. Meng Zhaoqiang smiled amiably. This will be beneficial to both of us, haha. Chuyang also smiled. We also hope for a win-win situation. As long as both of us are satisfied with this cooperation, I believe that our future cooperation will be the same. That's natural. Meng Zhaoqiang became even more amiable. I just don't know how Brother Chu and your elder brother want to settle the accounts this time. Do you want to pay after the auction or buy it out on the spot? I'll be honest with you. This time, we really need money. Our intention is to buy it out on the spot. I believe that you won't let us suffer any losses. As for the next auction, we'll just follow the price of the previous auction. Chuyang acted as if he didn't know anything and said very honestly. Well, if that's the case, then I can make the decision to sell these 3 weapons to you. 150,000 purple cloud dollars. Meng Zhaoqiang thought for a while and offered a price. No. Chuyang shook his head violently. When I came out, my elder brother had solemnly told me that if the price is lower than 250,000, I definitely can't sell it. There's no room for discussion. 250,000? Meng Zhaoqiang grinned. In terms of the quality of these 2 sabers and 1 sword, 250,000 was naturally worth it. However, the profit margin was relatively small. Previously, the heaven-grade saber was sold for 57,000 purple cloud dollars. Then, this kind of heaven-grade peerless weapon could be sold for at least 100,000 purple cloud dollars each. If the promotion was good, it was possible to exceed this number. Calculating it this way, 250,000 purple cloud dollars was still worth it, especially with the future cooperation, not to mention the profit margin. Even if the loss was 1 to 2, this deal still had to be done. If that's the case, then let's make friends. 250,000 purple cloud dollars it is. Meng Zhaoqiang laughed heartily. But how does Brother Chu want to settle the accounts? Chu Yang didn't hold back and said, please help me exchange it for 10,000 water cloud dollars, 50,000 purple spirit dollars, and the rest in purple cloud dollars. That's no problem. These 10,000 water cloud coins and 50,000 purple spirit coins are my gift to you. They're not included in the 250,000 purple cloud coins. I hope you won't refuse. Let's become friends. In the future, we'll meet often and don't be strangers. If that's the case, then many thanks. The cat teacher followed Chu Yang out of the room. Both of them were empty-handed. The 3 sabers and swords were gone. But Chu Yang had already become a millionaire with a small net worth. Only, the cat teacher still hadn't fainted. Just like that, 250,000 purple cloud dollars were in his hands? This seemed a little too easy. He watched as Chu Yang took out a large amount of purple spirit dollars, no less than a few hundred, and gave it to the young lady at the front desk. The young lady thanked him profusely. Half a year of her salary didn't seem to add up to that much. Chu Yang laughed loudly and left. He could finally hold his head high, reminiscing about the feeling of being rich in the past. Let's go eat first. Shifty Thing followed closely behind Chu Yang, afraid to lose him. His stomach was starving to death. The two of them randomly found a restaurant and ate and drank to their heart's content. After this round of eating and drinking, the two of them almost died on the spot. The shadow of hunger from before was really too deep. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chu Yang suddenly felt like crying. I'm rich now too. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shifty Thing also felt like crying. Our brother is rich now. Chapter 1732. Now we have money. What do we do next? Greasy Cat wiped his mouth and rubbed his round belly contentedly. Of course, we'll pay the debt first. Chu Yang sighed. Then we'll get the certificate. Pay the debt? What debt? That meal that you didn't pay for earlier. Isn't that the debt? Cat teacher jumped up. What? You still want to pay for the meal? Didn't they already get the saber? They've made a fortune, far more than their losses. Why do you still want to pay the debt? Do you have money and nowhere to spend it? Chu Yang insipidly said, why didn't we pay the debt? Our original intention at that time was just to eat. We never intended to not pay. That saber was thrown somewhere without our knowledge. It was just a prop for us to eat and dash, that's all. No matter how they profited, we did eat but didn't pay. These are two different things. Now that we have money, how can we not pay the debt? Greasy Cat was stunned. He was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say for a moment. He really didn't expect that this sinister, cunning, scheming person would be such a principled person. For a moment, he couldn't help but respect him. I've seen it that day. The clerk in the Golden Cloud restaurant doesn't have any trace of cultivation. He's just an ordinary person. Chu Yang sighed and said, in such a strictly regulated human society, even us cultivators have a hard life, let alone those honest businessmen. It's their luck that they got rich from the saber, but it's our fault that we didn't pay for the meal. You're right. I support you. Greasy Cat waved his fist and said, but I'm not going. You go by yourself. You're really a heaven-level master? Chu Yang looked at Greasy Cat from the corner of his eyes. This was far from the heaven-level master in his mind. Greasy Cat flew into a rage. His whole body suddenly emitted an awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, the entire Purple Cloud City seemed to have become Greasy Cat's vassal. Everything disappeared. Only one person was left in front of him. Are you planning to test the anger of a heaven-level master? I'm willing to fulfill your wish, Greasy Cat said angrily. He was doubted again and again. Even if Fishy was made of mud, he was also a little angry out of humiliation. Chu Yang was almost injured by this sudden burst of aura. He felt as if he couldn't breathe. So, he hastily laughed hollowly, no need to try. He turned around and left with his tail between his legs. Fuck, a heaven-grade expert was a heaven-grade expert. No matter how stupid a heaven-grade expert was, he was still a heaven-grade expert. The double heaven imperial court seemed to have always restricted the outburst of divine sense and aura. With Chu Yang's current cultivation, he couldn't break through this restriction at all. He couldn't use his own kind of aura, but Fu Liao was able to burst out with such a strong aura. This was the true strength of a heaven-grade expert. Motherfucker, what are you so proud of? After a period of time, when I've improved, I'll let you know what it means to be awesome. I'll beat you up until you look like a pig. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. He didn't stop at all. Everyone in the Golden Glow restaurant was stunned by Chu Yang's visit to return the money. She had never seen such a person before. Previously, he had dined and dashed, putting on a great show. In addition, he had left behind a treasured saber. Now, he wanted to return the money for the meal? What the hell was this? The goateed shopkeeper of the Golden Glow restaurant was ashamed. He had personally received Chu Yang because he remembered that he had sold his ancestral treasured saber. He felt somewhat ashamed. Secondly, he thought that the person in front of him probably didn't know the value of the treasured saber before, so he casually threw it away. Now that he knew that the treasured saber was auctioned off for such a large sum of money, he wanted to get a share of it. He even wanted to take back most of the money from the sale of the saber, saying that he was paying for the meal. It was probably just a bait, so he tried his best to refuse. What was Chu Yang? He was definitely a thief. In a moment, he had already seen through the restaurant owner's thoughts. Boss, don't think too much. I really didn't know the value of the treasured saber. Now, I don't want to pursue the matter. It's your own luck that you got rich from the saber. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Speaking of which, I was really anxious that day, so I made this decision. But I owe someone a debt, and I won't be happy if I don't repay it. That day, I didn't have the money, but now that I have the money, I naturally have to repay it. Chu Yang's persistence made people respect him. Even after he left for a long time, the employees of Golden Glow Restaurant were still discussing and lamenting. The old shopkeeper of Golden Glow Restaurant narrowed his eyes as he watched Chu Yang leave. He muttered, "So small." Then he said, "Send someone to find out where this young man is staying." East Pole, East Imperial Hall. As usual, there was a court meeting every 3 days. As usual, Emperor Donghuang didn't attend the court meeting. The Prime Minister was in charge of all the daily affairs. Usually, he would just casually make some arrangements. Anyway, the East Imperial Heavens had been very peaceful all these years, and nothing major happened. But today, when the court meeting started, everyone felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere was strangely tense, suppressed. Could something major have happened? For a moment, everyone was guessing. Everyone was used to the peaceful days. If something really happened, although it wasn't to the extent of being flustered, it was more or less a little confusing. Next, I will announce the following arrangements, the Prime Minister said. Yes. Everyone bowed together. Emperor Donghuang has ordered. Everyone stood in an orderly manner. Although Emperor Donghuang hadn't attended the court meeting for a long time, his prestige hadn't diminished at all. Dispatch all the capable personnel to the East Pole region at the fastest speed. Keep a close eye on everything there. Without the East Imperial Order, no one is to return. Without the East Imperial Order, no one is to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. From today onwards, the East Pole region will be under the East Imperial Palace's surveillance. No matter how big or small, you must report in detail. If there is any delay, the entire department will be exterminated. From today onwards, the dragon guillotine will be sharpened, and the executioners will be on duty day and night. The Donghuang token left all the officials of the East Pole below the Prime Minister confused and trembling all over. What was going on? Could something major have happened in the East Pole region? Why were so many people sent, but no one was allowed to take action? Wasn't this contradictory? Also, if something happened, the entire department would be executed? This was too strange, too overbearing. Everyone, please don't blame me for not reminding you. The Prime Minister stood trembling in front of the main hall, looking like an old man. This time, you will dispatch your own personnel to the East Pole region. However, if the people you send implicate the lives of your clans, don't regret it and don't plead for leniency. It's useless even if you plead for leniency. At least I don't have that side. Please consider carefully and choose carefully. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. What did the Prime Minister mean? Was he saying that this matter would be heard by the heavens and no one would be spared? After the court meeting was adjourned, some old guys swarmed up and surrounded the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, what's going on this time? What's going on? It hasn't been like this for hundreds of thousands of years. Give us some clues, don't let us make wild guesses. We're all old friends. The Prime Minister's face was full of worry. We're all old friends. To be honest, I don't know what's going on either. His Majesty the East Emperor also secretly summoned me and then issued this edict. I'm not much better than all of you, so I'm still confused. Everyone, let's pray for our own good luck. You're still okay. If one of you gets into trouble, it'll only affect your own duties. It's worse for me. If any of you get into trouble, I'll have to sit down with you. I'm afraid the Prime Minister's residence is going to make a big move this time. Everyone was even more surprised. The Prime Minister sighed and left. Everyone looked at each other for a while and then dispersed. Quickly go back and arrange for people to go. This was something that could not be delayed at all. Those with personality flaws, greedy and lustful, corrupt and perverted. Wait, they couldn't send them. If something went wrong, their heads would be tied to their waistbands. Who could they send to be completely at ease? It's so worrying. I can't go myself. Next, Chu Young hurriedly found an inn to stay in. With his identity card, it was naturally easy to stay there. Then, with Fishy Guy, the two of them found a local guide and began to apply for various documents. You're not planning to stay here for a long time, are you? Fishy Guy was a little puzzled by Chu Yang's actions. I've said before that I want to settle down in the first city I see in Heaven Imperial City and build a foundation. Then, I'll gradually expand. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, Actually, people are like this. If they want to start, they can start anywhere. Why are you so fixated on a specific city? The management here is a little too strict. I'm afraid it won't be good for you to start. Fishy Guy kindly reminded him. Zixia City is one of the few border cities in Heaven Imperial City. It's precisely because of its border that it has become a place of ascension for outsiders. It's also because it has become a place of ascension that the management here is as strict as it can be in order to protect the ascenders. It's more than 100 times stricter than other cities. This is definitely not a joke. For example, in other cities, as long as you have money and power, you can develop your strength and influence without restraint. But here, even if you get into a fight, someone will take care of you. It's extremely restrictive. Therefore, as long as your cultivation is slightly higher, you won't choose to stay here for a long time. This is basically a very secular city. And it's extremely xenophobic. The most important thing is that almost no one dares to cause trouble here, because the people guarding the Ascension Forest are a group of experts. In every heavenly region, there are only 4 Ascension Forests like this: East, South, West, and North. They're all located in remote areas. Chapter 1733. With your current strength, taking care of you would be a piece of cake. You might not even be able to withstand the breath of those people. Although I don't come out often, I still know a little about these taboo things. If you're really ambitious, you should go out and develop yourself, Fishy said kindly. Chu Yang smiled and said, This place might be better. I have never experienced such a strict society before. However, I feel that it is very novel. So I want to develop here and see. Besides, because of the strict management, there are too many loopholes that can be exploited. I will start first, then talk about other things. Also, it is important to know one's own limits. With my current strength, although the chances of going out are higher, I will also die faster. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, So, I want to enrich myself first. Then, there is money. Chu Yang laughed and said, No matter what world it is, you can't do without money. So, the most important thing is to make money. And in such a strict society, although it is difficult to make money, it is guaranteed. If it is in a chaotic area, I am afraid that I will not have the life to spend the money. The key is that I am not strong enough. Fishy was silent for a while and said, "Yes, you are right." Chu Yang smiled faintly. He looked arrogant on the surface, but from the moment he came up to the Heaven Imperial Court, he had been very clear-headed. All his achievements in the Heaven Imperial Court would be reduced to zero. Here, I have nothing and have to start from scratch. Here, I am at the lowest level of strength and have to work hard. Here, I am a pauper and have to work hard to earn. Now, it is not the time for me to enjoy. No matter when, it was this clear self-awareness of Chu Yang that allowed him to handle any situation with ease. Because no matter how bad the environment was, Chu Yang was already prepared in advance. For 3 consecutive days, the two got all the documents that Chu Yang needed, including the normal fees and a certain amount of bribes. It was all done. They actually spent more than 1,000 purple cloud coins. As a master of a generation, he actually gave bribes to ordinary secular officials. Fishy sighed and felt aggrieved, but Chu Yang did not care about it. The next thing to do was to look for a place to stay. Since he wanted to stay for a long time, staying in an inn was naturally not a long-term solution. Chu Yang took a fancy to a big house. He spent a lot of money, which surprised Fishy. Zixia King Mansion. It covered an area of 100 mu. It was the number 1 building in Zixia City. 110 mu. This number made Chu Yang's heart palpitate. Dear guest, you may not know. The origin of the Purple Cloud City was because of the Purple Cloud Palace. No one knew the origin of the Purple Cloud Palace. No one knew who the first owner was or how long it had existed. There's no way to verify it. Originally, Zixia City was King Zixia's fief tens of thousands of years ago. After King Zixia came here, he used this mansion as the Zixia Mansion, which is how it got its name. First, there was King Zixia, then there was Zixia City. Later on, King Zixia's descendants were few and far between. After several ups and downs, Zixia Mansion no longer had any descendants. It has become a scenic spot in Zixia City. This place is not for sale. Even if he wanted to sell it, it must also be approved by the city lord, and the price must be sky high. As for the guide's introduction and kind advice, Chu Yang ignored him. They circled around the Violet Cloud Mansion a few times. The more they circled, the more Chu Yang liked it. There seemed to be something special about this Zixia King's mansion. However, Chu Yang couldn't tell what was so special about it. He just liked it from the bottom of his heart. In addition to that special feeling of liking, when he approached the mansion for the first time, the wonderful medicine in his body, which had formed a delicate balance, suddenly became a little restless. The Purple Cloud Pagoda, which had been quiet all this time, also suddenly trembled slightly, emitting a kind of joyful emotion. Even the Calamity Sword seemed to be a little excited, but it also seemed to be a little confused. Even if only one of these 3 changes happened, Chu Yang was determined to get the Violet Cloud Mansion, not to mention that all 3 of them happened at the same time. In fact, almost all the outsiders who come here don't like the Violet Cloud Mansion. In fact, who doesn't like this mansion? It's as if this mansion was born to be liked by everyone. The guide said earnestly, previously, there were many rich people who wanted to buy it, but the transaction price was so high that it made them flinch. Secondly, Purple Cloud City was too remote. Thirdly, there were too many restrictions here. In the end, everyone chose to give it up. Only a super rich person bought it 3,000 years ago. But not long after he bought it, for some reason, that rich person's whole family was killed. Not even a chicken or a dog was left. Guest, you should give up. Miao-Yi looked on coldly. Now, he also discovered a special characteristic of Chu Yang. Once he set his mind on something, even 10,000 cows couldn't pull him back. Now, this guy's face was full of love, and he didn't even bother to hide it. It seemed like this little girl had really fallen in love with this Zixia King's mansion. However, to get this mansion, there was a very necessary prerequisite, and that was to have a great amount of wealth. With the 200,000 purple cloud coins that Chu Yang currently had, he was afraid that it was far from enough to buy even a corner of the mansion. Then, on what basis would Chu Yang buy it? Not to mention that after he bought it, he would need to have daily management, maintenance, personnel, servants. Without a doubt, this would be another huge expense. And it would be uninterrupted, over a long period of time. Good mansion. Chu Yang clapped his hands. This mansion. I'm definitely getting it. Miaoyi blew out a breath of air. This guy really wanted it. He was so arrogant that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're wrong. Even if I sold you, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Miaoyi finally got the chance to attack Chu Yang wantonly with spittle flying everywhere. You country bumpkin, you don't even know what money is. Besides, some things can't be bought with money. Wake up, stop daydreaming. The sky isn't dark yet. Chu Yang felt the big miracle medicine in his body moving restlessly. He said quietly, Brother Cat, do you dare to make a bet with me? Miaoyi made threatening gestures and said, a bet? What kind of bet? Let's use this mansion as the bet. I'll make this violet cloud mansion mine in half a year's time. If I can't do it, I'll lose. If I can do it, you'll lose, Chu Yang said slowly. Half a year's time? Miaoyi scoffed. Even if I give you 1,000 years, you won't be able to do it. What a joke. Just tell me if you want to bet or not. Chu Yang smiled provocatively. If you want to bet, I'll bet with you. Miaoyi was not to be outdone. Anyway, I'll win for sure. Okay, it's settled then. Bets must be fair. Since the bet has been opened and the rules have been set, next is the wager for both parties. Of course, whatever you say. What are we betting on? If I lose, I'll give you a saint-level weapon, a fully formed jade snow spirit ginseng with a medicine spirit, 10 souls of purple crystal, and another even more miraculous life-saving treasure. Chu Yang laid out the terms. Miaoyi sat on the ground and looked at Chu Yang with his mouth agape. He almost suffocated. A saint-level weapon? A fully formed jade snow spirit ginseng with a medicine spirit? 10 souls of purple crystal? And another even more miraculous life-saving treasure? The wager was actually so huge. Even though he knew that he was going to win for sure, he still couldn't quite accept it. For a moment, Teacher Cat was truly shocked. There's no need for such a huge wager. Even if it's just any one of these wagers, it's already far beyond my expectations. What's the meaning of this? There's no need to talk about so many good things. Just 1 soul of purple crystal is enough for me to bet with you. I'll bet with you on anything. This fellow actually said so much in one go. Immediately, immense excitement rose in Teacher Cat's heart. If I win, all these things will belong to me. With these things, it'll be enough for the Cat Clan to suppress the entire Wolf Clan. Even the stronger Tiger Clan would be a cinch as long as they had these things as a foundation and had a certain amount of time to develop. Then, what if I lose? Miaoyi asked anxiously yet expectantly. I'm still in human form after all. Even if I know that I have a good chance of winning, the outcome is still unknown. Does he want to bet my life with such a huge wager? But even my life doesn't seem to be worth that much. What does he want then? My people? My heart? Teacher Cat was thinking too much at this moment. What are you thinking about? Let me make it clear to you so that you won't overthink. If you lose, it means that this Zixia royal residence is mine, right? I definitely need people to take care of this place, right? Chu Yang raised a finger and said, I want 10 martial saints and 1,000 heaven-grade experts from your cat clan to work for me. Get lost. Miaoyi was instantly driven mad. Why don't you just say that I'll give you the entire cat clan? Even if I give you the entire cat clan, there won't be so many experts. Do you think that heaven-grade experts are cabbages? Ah, that's a misunderstanding. I thought that people like you could become a heaven-grade. Chu Yang stopped halfway through his sentence. Even so, Teacher Cat was fuming with anger. Let me tell you the truth. The entire Cat Clan only has 1 heaven-grade expert, 14 to 15 martial saints, and less than 100 heaven-grade experts. Teacher Cat was on the verge of going crazy. Our Cat Clan has more than 10 million people. Do you know now? Chapter 1734. So the Cat Clan is so weak? No wonder your clan master was hunted down so miserably. Chu Yang said in a daze. Bullshit. Greasy Cat flew into a rage. He almost had a heart attack because of Chu Yang. Weak? With such strength, who dares to say we're weak? Our cat clan may not be as strong as the other demon clans in the demon territory, but we're still strong. Am I being hunted down? It's obvious that they attacked us first. If you're so strong, why don't you go fight the heavenly demons? Chu Yang said disdainfully. Bastard meow. Bastard meow. The cat teacher flew into a rage. You have to be at least a saint level to be qualified to go to the heavenly demon battlefront. For tens of thousands of years, our cat clan has gone to the heavenly demon battlefront to train. More than half of them died there. You only have a little bit of cultivation and experience. What do you know? Fighting the heavenly demons? Do they like to fight? Bastard meow. Chu Yang took a deep breath. So that's how it is. It seems that the heavenly demons are really not easy to deal with. How about this, 10 heaven level and 1,000 earth level? Is that okay? Chu Yang said. Okay my ass, no way. The cat teacher shook his head like a rattle drum. At most, 5 heaven level and 500 earth level. And there must be a time limit. That's fine too. Deal. Chu Yang made the final decision. The bet is formed. The cat teacher was furious. I said at most. But it seemed that it was too late. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light shone down from the sky. A majestic voice said, The bet is done. Both parties can't go back on their words. Those who go back on their words will be abandoned by heaven and man. This sudden change left both Chu Yang and the cat dumbstruck. Heaven and earth bear witness. How could heaven and earth bear witness? The cat teacher looked as if he was struck by lightning. He murmured, What's going on? This kind of heaven and earth bear witness usually only appears in a life and death battle between martial artists of heaven level and above. How could a small bet attract heaven and earth to bear witness? Don't tell me the people in the Eastern Imperial Oath Department are so free now. Chu Yang was also stunned. Heaven and earth bear witness to a bet? This heaven imperial court is heaven imperial court. It's really different from heaven. Sigh, if that's the case, I'll really have to risk my life for the next 6 months. If he couldn't buy the Zixia King's mansion, then he wouldn't even be able to act shamelessly. How could he still want to act shamelessly at a time like this? It really is King of Hell Chu. The two of them talked as if no one else was around. One was a newcomer who didn't know anything. One of them was ignorant of the ways of the world and could be said to be unbridled. He spoke whatever he thought. Yet he seemed to have completely forgotten that they weren't the only two people here. The third person next to them, the guide who was in charge of leading them, was so scared that he was trembling all over. He could barely stand. Damn, who exactly were these two people? It must be said that the news of Chu Yang wanting to buy the Purple Cloud Mansion had been shocking. But the guide didn't take it to heart. After all, there were too many people in this world who overestimated their own capabilities. Almost everyone who had witnessed the Purple Cloud Mansion would drool over this magnificent mansion. In fact, it was unknown how many people had hoped to take this mansion for themselves in the past. And there were also a lot of people who had talked big like Chu Yang. But, in the end, all of them returned empty-handed. The few who had tried it personally didn't have a good ending. But what really shocked the guide was the unexpected witness of heaven and earth. It seemed like a casual bet, but it actually attracted the witness of heaven and earth. No matter how big and exaggerated the bet was, it was just talk. Who didn't know how to boast? Boasting big words. Boasting a mountain. But now that the vow had been established, it seemed that it was too late to say anything. The guide looked at Chu Yang with a conflicted expression. Seeing this guy's smug face, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This guest, seeing that you are a kind person, let me give you a word of advice. You are a little impulsive today. The guide deliberated over his words. Why? Chu Yang asked modestly. Buying the Zixia Palace, there was indeed a precedent in the past, but it wasn't something that an ordinary person could buy or afford. Not only did it require a certain status, but it also required a huge amount of money. The guide was implying that Chu Yang didn't have anything right now, but he still dared to make such a big bet with someone? An oath with heaven and earth as witness was not something that could be casually reneged on after a bet was made. I know. Chu Yang played it down. You know? I don't think you know. The guide was a little speechless. Do you know how much purple cloud coins that rich man spent to buy the Zixia Palace more than 3,000 years ago? How much did he spend? Chu Yang had more than 200,000 purple cloud coins with him, so he was quite rich. A mere house was nothing. At most, he could buy a few more weapons, and he would have everything. The price at that time was 1,500,000 purple cloud coins, not purple spirit coins, and not purple cloud coins. The guide said seriously. He said seriously. That's not a lot. Chu Yang smiled. As long as there was a price, it was fine. Then, his heart shook violently. Purple cloud coins? You might not think that this number is a lot. The guide was already at a loss. 1,500,000 purple cloud coins was not a lot? Even if it was 1,500,000 water cloud coins, most people in this world would be scared witless, all right? Let me put it another way. In Zixia City, the average citizen's annual income is at most 1 or 2,000 water cloud coins. People like me can have an income of 3,000 water cloud coins a year. I don't dare to say that I'm superior, but at least I can eat my fill, wear warm clothes, and sleep comfortably. 100 water cloud coins can be exchanged for 1 purple spirit coin, and 100 purple spirit coins can be exchanged for 1 purple cloud coin. But it takes 10,000 purple cloud coins to be equal to 1 purple cloud coin. So, 1 purple cloud coin is equal to 100 million water cloud coins. 1,500,000 purple cloud coins. That's 150 trillion water cloud coins. The guide explained kindly. Finally, he looked at Chu Yang's face with some schadenfreude, and his face slowly turned black. Stupid. Now you know how much money is involved in your bet, right? Feeling guilty, right? Scared out of your wits? Scared out of your wits? Chu Yang was indeed shocked. Now that he had calculated it, he realized that it would cost him so much money. He couldn't help but be speechless. And this is the price 3,000 years ago. The guide reminded him kindly, if you want to buy the Zixia Palace now, you'll have to first ask the authorities if they're willing to sell it. But even if the authorities are willing to sell it, the selling price will have to be at least 10 times higher than this price. This is the most conservative estimate. It can't be lower than that. How much is 10 times 1,500,000 purple cloud coins? The cat teacher, who was gloating on the side, asked jokingly. Well, it's 150 million purple cloud coins. It's very simple to calculate. The guide looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at an idiot. He smiled and said, if it's converted to water cloud coins, it's 150 trillion water cloud coins. This money, if you really put it together, using water cloud coins alone, at least 3 big cities like Zixia City. If this money is converted into food, it's enough for hundreds of millions of people in the heavenly imperial court to eat for a whole year. And it's not the normal sense of being full, but the standard of being full. It's even close to being a well-off family. They can have a meal of meat every 2 days, a fish every 3 days, and go to the restaurant every half a month. During festivals, they can make new clothes, give birth to children, get sick, and so on. All the expenses are added up. The whole heavenly imperial court, including the human race and the demon race, can live for a whole year. The guide's mouth was like a cannonball as he blabbered on and on. Chu Yang only saw the tongue that kept moving in his mouth. Suddenly, he wanted to cut off this tongue and feed it to the dog. It's fine that Shifty Smile is gloating, but you, a guy who has nothing to do with this, are gloating as well. Why are you so excited? You've never seen anything like this before. What's the big deal? Shifty Smile's shoulders were shaking, and his eyebrows were jumping up and down. He opened his mouth and waved his hand, saying, what's the big deal about this money? Although we're on opposite sides of the bet, I still believe in Brother Chu Yang. Within half a year, not only will you be able to get through the key points and obtain the right to buy it, but you'll also be able to raise enough money, far more than 95 million purple cloud coins. Isn't it just 95 million purple cloud coins? Shifty Smile laughed, and waved his hand generously. This is a piece of cake for Brother Chu Yang. It's a piece of cake. You'll be able to get it without any effort. Although Brother Chu Yang doesn't have anything now, and he just broke through the void and didn't have any connections, I believe in Brother Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang is a born genius. The bet he made with me must be full of confidence that he'll win. Shifty Smile's mouth was like a river, and he kept talking. It was hard to imagine that such an honest cat teacher could be so sharp after turning into a poisonous tongue. The sarcasm and ridicule came rolling in like a river, and Chu Yang was drowned in an instant. I really didn't expect Teacher Cat to be so eloquent. I've really opened my eyes today. If there's a competition in Heaven Imperial Court that deserves a beating, you'll definitely be the winner. Chu Yang looked at Shifty Smile with a black face and gritted teeth. He wished he could slap this catman into a cat and skin him immediately. Cook, steam, outflank, dip. Eat this delightful bastard who rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Chapter 1735. The Heaven and Earth Witness Oath had a very high basic requirement. It had to have at least a heaven-grade item as the wager. This was also why the Heaven and Earth Witness Oath usually only appeared in battles between heaven-grade experts. If it wasn't a battle between heaven-grade experts, how could a heaven-grade item be taken out? The most important thing was that these wagers could definitely be honored. Therefore, the real opportunity to trigger the Heaven and Earth Witness Oath was actually the wager between Chu Yang and Fishy. A saint-grade weapon, a fully formed jade snow spirit ginseng with a medicine spirit, 10 souls of purple crystals, an even more miraculous life-saving treasure. vs 5 Heaven-grade experts and 500 Earth-grade experts. It was precisely because of this super wager that the Heaven and Earth Witness Oath was established. 500 trillion water cloud coins was indeed an astronomical number. But when comparing the wager that Chu Yang had given, it was still unknown which of the two was higher. Chu Yang was really depressed this time. Taking down the Purple Cloud Mansion would require at least 500 trillion water cloud coins. He checked the converted numbers, looked at the strict legal management of Purple Cloud City, and thought about the half-year time limit that he had set. Chu Yang suddenly felt that his brain had gone haywire. Could it be that he had really been caught in a trap of his own making this time? He had originally thought that such a mansion would at most cost a few 100,000 Purple Cloud coins, right? A few 100,000 Purple Cloud coins was also tens of trillions of water cloud coins. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't understand the cost of living here. It was precisely because he understood and felt confident that he had made this wager. Just as the guide had said, 3,000 water cloud coins was enough for a family of 3 to live very comfortably. An ordinary house could be bought with a few dozen Purple Cloud coins. A few dozen Purple Cloud coins was hundreds of thousands of water cloud coins. Even a slightly larger mansion with 2 or 3 entrances would be worth a few thousand Purple Cloud coins at the very most. But this very most price didn't even cost a single Purple Cloud coin. With such a calculation, no matter how valuable this Purple Cloud Mansion was, how much could it be worth? What if a few 100,000 Purple Cloud coins weren't enough? That would be a joke. According to Chu Yang's plan, he only needed to spend some effort to bribe the officials. Then, he just needed to forge more good weapons. Then, he would find an opportunity to sell some of the treasures in his space. If his cultivation improved, he could occasionally go out and act as a masked bandit. In half a year's time, he should be able to gather a few 100,000 Purple Cloud coins. But there he thought. The blow to his head made him feel suffocated. That one actually cost 1,500,000 purple coins. And that was the price from 3,000 years ago. Now, he was going to increase it tenfold. That was 15 million Purple Cloud coins. It was really going to kill him. It seemed that even if they really wanted their lives, they wouldn't be able to raise such a huge sum of money. Minister Chu stood there dumbstruck. His pretty face was as black as the bottom of a pot. All of a sudden, he felt that everything he had done since he ascended the heavenly ring was stupid. Now, he was even more stupid. As the saying goes, make a plan before acting. He hadn't investigated the facts at all, and yet he had taken it for granted and impulsively made such a huge bet with Fishy. He only saw the rich strength of 5 heaven-rank experts and 500 earth-rank experts, but neglected the fact that his butt was actually heavier. Now, Chu Yang only felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his head every time he thought of that huge number. It was broad daylight. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned completely dark. It was so dark that it was darker than the night. I say, Brother Cat, it was a slip of the tongue. Can we cancel the bet now? Chu Yang said with a long face. Hee hee. Fishy's eyebrows twitched happily. I advise you to accept your fate, brother. The so-called Heaven and Earth bear witness means that the East Pole Oath's division of the Heaven Tower has acknowledged this bet, and you want to go back on your word. That's definitely impossible. Unless you don't want to live anymore and are willing to accept the punishment of being struck by 10 bolts of purple flame lightning. That's a terrifying lightning tribulation that can even turn a peak saint-level expert into dregs. The guide on the other side. He nodded repeatedly to express his agreement. He admired him in his heart. This guy actually wants to go back on his word after the Heaven and Earth bear witness? I have to say that he really has guts. Why else would they say that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? He has just ascended and his knowledge is shallow. Be a little more understanding. Chu Yang's vision darkened and he almost fell. After a long while, he suddenly straightened his body. His original annoyance and regret all disappeared. He said, since I can't go back on my word, then I can only win. Win? What will you use to win? Based on what? Fishy snorted. 100 trillion in half a year. Brother, even if you know how to turn stone into purple crystal, you can't handle this astronomical amount of money. Where there is a will, there is a way. Not only do I want to win, I want to win beautifully and gloriously. I want to win so that you have nothing to say. In the depths of Chu Yang's eyes, there was a hint of madness. What's the point of a bet where victory is guaranteed? If I want to do something, I have to do something that others can't do. It's just 100 trillion in half a year. Even if everyone thinks it's an impossible task, none of you are me. I am Chu Yang. I must do it. I must do it. Chu Yang shouted angrily. What if you still can't do it in the end? Then I will do my best until the end of the bet half a year later. Chu Yang suddenly smiled lightly. Brother Cat, if I can't do it, I will pay the bet. But if I can do it, I will create a new miracle for the Heaven Imperial Court. And my name will forever be left in the legends of the Heaven Imperial Court and become a legend. He smiled. Do you still think this is not worth the bet? Fishy was tongue-tied and speechless for a long time. Yes, if Chu Yang really did it, then he would become the newest legend of the Heaven Imperial Court, an out-and-out legend. Looking at Chu Yang, who was originally dejected but was now in high spirits and fighting spirit, Fishy suddenly felt a little envious. Let's not talk about winning or losing, but this boldness, this heroic spirit, the courage to try even in the face of something that was absolutely impossible. Did he have it? In the sky, a handsome, young-looking person stood above the clouds, looking down at Chu Yang and Fishy with an unusually gloomy expression. To think that I, the most capable person in the Oath Division, an expert at the peak of the martial saint level, was now sent to this godforsaken place to take charge of the oaths of some ordinary people. I am really aggrieved to a certain extent, although I don't understand the reason or His Majesty's intention, but it is an undeniable fact that I have been sent away. In my boredom, I finally found a source of amusement. That idiot down there who ascended from God knows where actually wants to earn one. 5 trillion in half a year. This is really fucking ridiculous. What are you waiting for if you don't hurry up and hammer out the oaths? Besides, most of the stakes in the bet are treasures of heaven grade and above. Since you can pass the basic criteria of heaven and earth, how can I not let you pass? It would be unreasonable if I don't torture you. I'd like to see how you're going to make a fortune of 500 trillion in just half a year in this godforsaken place where even the fixed assets and wealth of the entire city are less than 30 million purple cloud coins in total. If you can't earn it in the end, just admit defeat and hand over the stakes. That's fine. But if you want to go back on your word, I will use 10 heavenly thunderbolts of purple flame to blast you until there's nothing left of you. Hee hee, under the witness of heaven and earth, there cannot be any mistakes in the wager. If you lose and can't take out the wager, or if you can't take out the wager, this ambassador will still regard it as a breach of contract and blast you until you can't even find your ashes. The handsome young man gritted his teeth and looked down at Chu Yong with a sinister smile. Little one, you're unlucky. You just happened to touch my bad luck. But it's also your fortune to be a tool for me to vent my anger. Look forward to that day. Silently, with a wave of his hand, countless identical doppelgangers suddenly spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, they turned into white clouds and disappeared into the vast sky. They went to other places to carry out the duties of the Oath Division. However, his true body remained in Violet Cloud City. It would be a waste if he didn't watch such a show. In the next few days, Shifty Thing wanted to go out and find an opportunity to leave Purple Cloud City. Whether it was to return to the Cat Clan or to other places, as long as he left this place, he should be safe. But after several days of probing, he found that the people of the Wolf Clan had now regarded Xixia City as a forbidden area. He was actually certain that something fishy was hiding in Xixia City. Not only that, almost all the surrounding Wolf Clan members had gathered here, and more of them were gathering day by day. Chu Yang might not understand the significance of Shifty Thing's position and existence in the Cat Clan, but the Wolf Clan members knew very well. As long as Shifty Thing could go back this time, it would be a great disaster. A war between the two clans could even be started because of this. How would the Wolf Clan dare to take the risk when the Demon Empress strongly forbade fighting between the various clans? Also, once this matter was exposed, the Wolf Clan would always be at fault. By then, even the clan leader would be punished. So the conclusion was very simple. No matter what, they couldn't let Shifty Thing go back alive. As long as Shifty Thing died, there would be no evidence, and it would be a case without any clues. But the Wolf Clan focused all their attention on Purple Cloud City. Shifty Thing still couldn't understand. Why are they so sure that I'm here? Apart from Purple Cloud City, they had already searched all the forests within a radius of thousands of miles. And with Shifty Thing's injuries at that time, he definitely couldn't escape from this area and go further away. Although this was something that everyone clearly understood. Chapter 1736. Every day, countless people of the Wolf Clan would come to Xixia City. Every day, many people of the Wolf Clan would enter Xixia City and search everywhere. They would not give up until they reached their goal. Seeing this situation, Teacher Cat decisively dismissed the idea of leaving. He even urged Chu Yang to disguise his face every 2 days, for fear that he would give himself away. Chu Yang definitely could not follow him everywhere. If Teacher Cat went out alone, there was a high chance that Bunhit Dog would not return. Although the werewolves did not dare to directly cause trouble in Purple Cloud City, that was only because they did not find anything fishy. If they really found out, even if it was in the city, they would do it at all costs. At most, they would be punished by the imperial court. As long as they got rid of the fishy, it would be worth it no matter how big the price. As for being able to block it outside the city, that would be the most ideal. There would be no taboos. Teacher Cat was originally a super lazy person. Now that he saw that going out was courting death, he naturally gave up. Anyway, there would be no danger as long as he was careful in the city. He might as well study how Chu Yang would complete the bet. It seemed that it would be quite interesting to see Chu Yang make a fool of himself every day. Therefore, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he relaxed and settled down as if nothing had happened. Chu Yang was also amazed by this happy-go-lucky person who did not know life from death. He was really a weirdo. But after this round of observation, Fishy had a different feeling. In fact, as time went on, he even started to admire Chu Yang. This little guy was definitely not simple. In the next few days, Chu Yang was busy every day. He was as busy as a spinning top. In the blink of an eye, Teacher Cat was already gone. However, although he was extraordinarily busy, Chu Yang's daily schedule were extremely orderly. Almost every minute and every second of every day was strictly separated by him. There was absolutely no confusion or mistakes. Every night, Chu Yang would arrange and divide the things that would be done the next day. Even the time for eating and going to the bathroom was within the plan. It could only be done in advance without any delay. There was almost no time for sleep. The so-called rest was only for 2 hours a day when Chu Yang meditated. All the rest of the time was used to deal with other things. He was burning his life force in a manner that bordered on madness. To carry out that impossible mission, from Chu Yang's attitude, he could clearly sense that something fishy was going on. Chu Yang didn't regard earning 500 trillion yuan in half a year as an impossible thing. He was actually filled with endless hope. In fact, it was a very confident attitude. Regarding this, Crafty Guy was extremely puzzled. In the face of such pressure, how can Chu Yang have such amazing enthusiasm when he's faced with something that anyone would think is impossible? It was truly incomprehensible. The surrounding environment was changing bit by bit. The speed of change was so fast that it was almost too much for Teacher Cat to take in. Chu Yang moved out of the inn on the afternoon of the day the bet was confirmed. He bought a small courtyard facing the street. The place was not big, but the transportation was very convenient. This kind of convenient street courtyard was not cheap. Moreover, Chu Yang was in a hurry. So, he spent a total of 1,200 purple cloud coins to settle it. In other words, it was 12 million water cloud coins. After buying the courtyard, within an hour, Chu Yang tore down the wall that was originally facing the street. He didn't know why. For hours later, a shop made entirely of wood replaced the original courtyard wall, and the whole house had an antique feel to it. It was quaint and elegant, and no one could tell that it was a house that had just been renovated. And on the same night, the tables, chairs, stools, counters, wooden shelves, and other furniture in the room were all erected. At daybreak, Chu Yang went to buy a large number of medicinal herbs with his medical qualification certificate. Then, he placed them one by one on the wooden shelves and in a jade box. After that, Minister Chu used his money to open up a path. He used purple cloud coins to knock out all the obstacles in his way. In just 4 hours, he managed to get all the licenses for the shop. The shiny licenses were all pasted on the wall, still carrying the smell of ink. He hung a plaque and immediately opened for business. He didn't care about the feng shui or the sun. He didn't care about anything. Man Hall? He didn't see wrongly. He rubbed his eyes a few times before he finally understood. Great Dr. Chu's clinic was called Man Hall. Under the plaque, there was a line of small gilded words. As a man, you can't say no. You must be strong. On both sides, there was a couplet. The first line was, walk in with no face. The second line was, walk out with a mighty and majestic force. On the other side was an advertisement. Specializes in curing a single person's illness. Guaranteed results. Starting from 1 purple cloud coin to enter the door. Honest to all. The last sentence made the cat completely spit out. If it can't be cured, double the purple cloud coins. The doctor will cut off his own dick. The words were undoubtedly vulgar, but this vulgarity was filled with the vigorous flavor of a man. You're sick. Looking at the busy Chu Yang, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Let's not talk about whether you can earn 95 million purple cloud coins with this clinic. Let's not talk about whether your starting price of 1 purple cloud coin is a bit too expensive. Who do you think is an idiot? Who would have so much money and nowhere to spend it? Who would casually take out hundreds of millions of water cloud coins to treat a single person's illness? Why don't you cover it up by treating other illnesses? A clinic that specializes in treating a single person's illness? So monotonous? Let's not talk about whether there are so many single person's illness in this city. Let's just say that your advertisement is so obvious and straightforward. I want to ask you, who dares to come? Who comes to prove that they have a single person's illness? If the person involved was you, would you come? Would you dare to come? Would you be able to come? These 3 parallel questions, each sharper than the last. The cat asked himself, would he come? Wouldn't he dare to come? Wouldn't he be able to come? Chu Yang snorted and said, you're too naive. I have my own plans. You're just a cat. What do you know? If there's nothing else, go away. If no one comes to earn money, I'll just admit defeat. What does it have to do with you? Don't tell me you're here to cause trouble for me just to win. The cat was so angry that the word king appeared on his forehead. He was about to scold Chu Yang for being unappreciative of his good intentions. But in the blink of an eye, Chu Yang disappeared again. Then, in the afternoon, the entire purple cloud city was filled with flyers, as if it was snowing. They were all promoting the men's hall. Tens of millions of flyers were scattered all over the purple cloud city in one afternoon. This was to ensure that everyone in the purple cloud city, regardless of gender, old or young, would get 3 flyers. And this was the minimum number. The massive propaganda set off a wave of excitement in Purple Cloud City all of a sudden. Men's Hall? Good name. Are you going? I'm not going. You'd better go. You're going. Your whole family is going. But Chu Yang didn't appear again. Chu Yang had already rushed out. First, he bought 2 pieces of light spirit jade to completely eliminate the adverse effects of the 30 times gravity on his body. Then, he began to run back and forth non-stop. Now, he was going around the various auction halls. There were plenty of materials in the tribulation space. Chu Yang scattered all the so-called heaven-level peerless weapons that the sword spirit had made in the past few days. There were a total of 4 auction halls. Chu Yang scattered a total of 12 swords and sabers. The condition was that he would take a commission after the auction. No matter when the auction was held or when the publicity was done, he must get the money within half a month. If you can't organize the auction in half a month, I'm sorry, but I'll take away the weapons. In addition, Chu Yang took out 3 pieces of purple crystal jade essence. To be precise, there were 3 big pieces. Each piece was at least half the size of a table. He also asked the sword spirit to make the pieces of purple crystal jade essence look like they had been there for a long time. After arranging them properly, he handed them over to the auction hall that he had dealt with for the first time. Meng Zhaoqiang's eyes almost popped out. Of course, the busy Chu Yang didn't forget to ask all the auction houses to keep an eye out for news about the resurrection grass. That was the hope for Wu Qianqian to wake up. Now, Chu Yang was already a celebrity in Purple Cloud City. In just a few days, he had become famous. In just a few days, he had earned millions of strings of coins. In just a few days, he had caused a stir in Purple Cloud City. It seemed that in nearly 1,000 years, Minister Chu was the only one. Next, Chu Yang made a very reasonable request to each auction house. Every day, they had to give him a copy of the auction list for every auction in advance, to prepare for a rainy day. Then, Chu Yang turned around and went to the foundry to buy all kinds of metals. It had to be said that the quality of the metals in the Heavenly Imperial Court was 1 grade higher than that of the Heavenly Imperial Court. In fact, it was more than 1 grade. Chu Yang was very excited. He waved his hand and took away all the rare materials and large amounts of steel. For this, he paid 80% of his wealth. In a secret place, Chu Yang transferred a large amount of metals into the tribulation space. Then, he rushed to the intelligence department. Naturally, he went to the intelligence department to buy information. Moreover, he paid a 1-month deposit in advance. The information that Chu Yang specified included the market price every day and the market price of all the goods. Even the smallest mosquito was meat. Chu Yang didn't even plan to let go of these. Then, Chu Yang still had things to do. He rushed back home without stopping and began to hire workers to work. When everything was settled, Chu Yang returned to the men's hall. Chu Yang wasn't alone this time because Minister Chu also brought back a mute as a gatekeeper. This move made Chu Yang want to beat Chu Yang up. In this world, I've never heard of a store having a mute waiter as a gatekeeper. Are you insulting the guests or yourself? Chapter 1737. Do you think a human brain would do something like this? Even if Chu Yang had a human brain, he must have been kicked by a donkey. Facing Fishy's question, Chu Yang only said one sentence lightly, "How can a sparrow know the will of a swan?" Then he went back to his room. Fishy flew into a rage, but there was nothing he could do. He was really helpless. Although Teacher Cat was a heaven-grade master, he was now eating and drinking Chu Yang's food, sleeping on Chu Yang's floor, and he even needed Chu Yang's help to disguise his face. He relied on Chu Yang for almost everything. How could he do anything to Chu Yang? On the first day of the men's hall's official opening, it attracted thousands of onlookers, but no one dared to step into the men's hall. The reason was very simple. Even if money was secondary, once they stepped in, it was tantamount to announcing to the whole Xixia city, "Although I am a man, I can't do it." Who would dare to do such a thing? For that kind of thing, even if he was really impotent and couldn't take it anymore, he wouldn't do it even if he was killed. Chu Yang had already predicted this, so he didn't care at all. "Where am I going to sleep tonight?" Teacher Cat asked. "The inner left room of the men's hall is a bedroom specially prepared for you. You can stay there for a long time." "Get lost." "No way. I can't afford to lose face like that. Change to another place." "Brother Cat," Chu Yang said earnestly, "although we made a bet, it was only a dispute between brothers. Now that I'm in trouble, we've already attracted attention here. Who knows when we'll be killed tonight? I'm weak. If Brother Cat doesn't agree, then I can only stretch out my neck and wait for death." "But that, sigh. Forget it. If Brother Cat really doesn't want to, then go back to your room." "Brother Cat, go back to your room and sleep. When someone comes to kill me, Brother Cat, if you can make it in time, you can save my life. If you can't, you can help me collect my corpse. You can consider it as repaying my life-saving grace." I can stay in the inner left room, okay? I can stay there, okay? Why do you have to squeeze me like this? You motherfucker." In the face of his savior's sarcasm, the cat teacher had no choice but to accept it even though he was in tears and snot. One must never owe a debt of gratitude. Once one owes it, one must never do so. Who knows, you might even be able to repay it for the rest of your life. That night, Chu Yang stayed in the inner room of the men's hall, fiddling with something. On the other hand, Fishy Guy walked around the men's hall a few times. His face was full of bewilderment. He really couldn't figure out how Chu Yang could earn that 95 million. Could it be based on this laughable hall of men? Even if someone really came to seek medical treatment. Even though the medical fee started at 1 purple cloud coin per treatment was not cheap, it would still be difficult to earn the astronomical figure of 95 million purple cloud coins. Not to mention half a year. Even 10 half a year or 100 half a year might not be enough. When he walked out of the door, he saw that all the other shops were brightly lit. Only the men's hall was completely dark. On both sides of the door, there were only 2 wind lanterns that had been abandoned for many generations that Chu Yang had obtained from somewhere. Compared to the other places that were brightly lit, this place was a miserable hell on earth. Sigh. The cat teacher sighed and shook his head. He walked in with his hands behind his back, but he didn't know that in the shadows far away, someone was pointing at the cat teacher's back. Someone really went in. Look at this guy. He went in. Ha ha ha. What a waste of his tall and strong body. He's actually useless. So this men's hall has customers. But this useless man is really fucking rich. The entry fee there is at least 100 million purple cloud coins. Nonsense. These rich people have already tortured themselves to death. In the end, it's all because of money that he can't do it. Yes. That makes sense. The cat teacher didn't know that he had inexplicably become Chu Yang's living advertisement. He had already become the first useless man to enter the men's hall. He had been in a daze since the afternoon, frowning as he walked in and out of the men's hall with a heavy heart. Looking at her furrowed brows, her worried expression, and her evasive manner, it was as if she was suffering from a mental illness. Midnight. The cat teacher was meditating. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps in front of the door. The shadows were heavy, and 3 people gradually walked in. Large black cloaks covered the 3 people from head to toe. Their faces and figures couldn't be seen at all. Even their height couldn't be seen. It was an omnidirectional cover. "May I ask if the doctor is here?" The cat teacher was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be patients here. It must be that he was a fool with a lot of money. He hurriedly knocked 3 times on the table according to the original agreement. Chu Yang, dressed in black, walked out elegantly. He nodded and smiled, like a head of state welcoming foreign guests. "You are Dr. Chu of the men's hall?" The person on the left asked in a low voice. "That's me. The entry fee is 1 purple cloud coin. Depending on the situation, we will discuss the specific medical expenses. Is that right?" "Yes. If it can't be cured, you will cut off your own penis, right?" "Yes." Chu Yang nodded cooperatively. "Damn it, there are heavy pills in this old man's body. If you cut a long strip, can you do it?" From the beginning to the end, the person on the left was the one asking questions. His tone was aggressive and his words were fast. But he didn't expect Chu Yang to answer faster, and without hesitation. "Very good." The black-clothed man's eyes flashed fiercely under the cloak. Chu Yang, who was on the opposite side, suddenly felt a wave of pressure coming towards him. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, revealing disdain deep in his eyes. The intruder has already reached the peak of the human level. Although this level of cultivation could already be regarded as a master in Xixia City, in the eyes of Teacher Cat, a heaven-grade master, it was not worth mentioning. If they really fought, it seemed that even a certain king of hell could deal with it easily, because Chu Yang was currently at this level. "This person is sick." The man in black looked at Chu Yang fiercely. "You take a look at him. Don't forget, if you can't cure it, cut off your own penis. If you can't bear to, I can help you. You can't do it, but I can." Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "All diseases in the world can be cured. But I still need to make one thing clear. Human power is sometimes limited. If I am the kind of person who is castrated or cut off directly, I am not an immortal. I can't do anything about that kind of situation." The eyes of the man in black flashed, and he said lightly, "Of course. That kind of situation can't be called sick." Chu Yang still smiled. "That's good. As long as he can do it before, he can't do it now. I can guarantee that he can do it again. It's not difficult to see immediate results." The man in black said indifferently, "I hope everything is as you say." The man in the middle sat in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to check his pulse. At this moment, the sword spirit suddenly moved. It was a tiny spiritual body. It quietly entered the man's meridians. In this regard, Chu Yang's soul and the sword spirit's body smiled at each other in the tribulation space. Both of them had a familiar feeling that they hadn't felt for a long time. It was as if the past had reappeared. Back then, when they had just rushed up to the upper 3 heavens. Both of them had opened a medical center and cooperated like this. Who would have thought that after they rushed up to the heavenly imperial court, they would use the same method to make a breakthrough for the first time? Once again, they worked together. It was just that. Suddenly, the target became the people of the heavenly imperial court. Actually, it wasn't too appropriate to say that it was suddenly. Most of the people who had been taken care of by Chu Yang seemed to be doing well now. A trace of nostalgia flashed across Chu Yang's eyes. He thought of Qin Baoshan, Sha Xinliang, Han Xiaoran, and even Chu Feilong's father. The past was like smoke, and it was like yesterday. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. Compared to now, Chu Feilong and his father were simply too weak. He sighed secretly, and the faces of his parents suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed that his mother, young Ruolin, was asking him worriedly, Yang, are you okay now?" Chu Yang's heart ached, and he said secretly, "Mother, I'm fine. I'm fine." Lower 3 heavens, in the palace. Young Ruolin, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and pushed Chu Failing up excitedly. "What are you doing?" "Master Chu was very tired these few days. Yang told me that he's doing very well there, and it's going very smoothly." Young Ruolin's eyes shone excitedly. "He told you?" Chu Failing opened his eyes wide. Young Ruolin's eyes dimmed, and she said, "It's in a dream." She was about to cry. Chu Failing sighed and comforted her. Mothers are connected by heart. Since he can clearly say that it's going very well, it must be going very well. And since you're so happy, it must be going well. In this world, there is indeed such a thing as a mother's heart being connected. "Really?" Young Ruolin's eyes really shone, and she muttered, but I miss him so much. Originally, he was in the heavenly continent. Although he wasn't by my side, I didn't miss him so much. After all, he's still in this world. But now, the husband and wife were speechless. They simply put on their clothes and sat opposite each other in front of the window. They gazed at the bright moon in the sky for a long time. A night passed just like that. Above the heavenly imperial court, Chu Yang recollected his emotions and began to diagnose. In fact, he was just sorting out the information that the sword spirit had fed back. The sword spirit's investigation was thorough and detailed. This person should have gone on too many expeditions. His body is too weak. His pulse is very bad, and there are signs of him dying. This person has traces of cultivation, but after he lost his male ability, he gave up on his cultivation. He should be the type of person who gives up on himself. In his pulse, there are still a lot of residual substances of rare medicines. However, those have been deposited for a long time. He should have taken them a long time ago, but he couldn't absorb them all for his own use because of his body. His body is very weak now. It should be that his body can't keep up with the nutrition. Judging from the above, he should have been very rich in the past and could afford to eat many expensive rare medicines. But with the decline of his family, it's difficult for him to make a living now. The diagnosis result is that the lust dragon's blood can cure his unspeakable hidden disease. If you want to deal with it properly, you can consider adding some easy-to-absorb elixirs, such as the Spring of Life. Chapter 1738. Chu Yang's slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened. His eyes shone brightly as he sighed softly. Next to him, the man in black on the left asked anxiously, "How is it? Can it be cured?" Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Alas, there's always a way out of this. This patient, why doesn't he cherish his body?" The man in black on the left who had been talking said, "What do you mean?" Chu Yang said, "Speaking of which, this patient's body is quite good. His original family background should be very good. I believe that even in this Zixia city, he must belong to the rich. It's just that, because of the rich environment, he developed this bad habit. He should have lost his virginity when he was very young. According to the pulse, when he lost his virginity, I'm afraid he was not more than 13 years old." Chu Yang said with confidence, "You can also tell this?" The man in black said suspiciously. Then he turned his head and asked, "Is it like this?" This time, he asked the patient. The patient sighed and said, "The divine doctor is very accurate. Yes, I was really young and didn't know how to control myself. I remember that the first time I came into contact with a woman was after my 12th birthday." Alas, the man in black on the left suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. His eyes showed a trace of joy. Such a situation could be seen from the pulse. The level of this doctor was already beyond words. Because you didn't know how to control yourself when you were young and your family background was good, you must have come into contact with a lot of women. The more you wanted, the more you wanted. The young man was intoxicated for the first time and was very obsessed with these things between men and women. How could you last? Probably at the age of 27 or 28, you felt powerless? This time, without waiting for the question, the patient nodded first. From the age of 27 or 28, you began to take medicine. You must have eaten a lot of good things, but the more you nourished, the weaker you became. Finally, at the age of 30, you completely couldn't. Am I right? Yes. The divine doctor is really insightful. Everything was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Then, your family must have encountered a sudden change and become penniless. Until now, you are still poor, aren't you? And? That's true. The patient answered, his eyes revealing a look of amazement, as if he had seen an immortal. With just 2 fingers, he was able to deduce the fate of his entire life so accurately. Was he still a doctor? It was as if he could get his fortune told. As long as he reached out and placed his hand on her wrist, he would be rolling in money. The man in black on the left was also delighted. He said, "Since we already know the condition, can it be treated or not?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Since we know where the source of the disease is, we can naturally treat it. Speaking of which, his type isn't very complicated. 2 purple cloud coins will do. You want money now? Once you get the money, you'll be cured. I gave you money, but you're sick." The black-clothed man looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang had a warm smile on his face. He raised his head and met the man's gaze, not retreating even half a step. "Good. As long as the disease can be cured." The man in black turned his wrist, and 2 purple crystal coins appeared in his palm. As soon as he took it out, the whole room was filled with a purple luster. Clang, clang. The black-clothed man lifted his thumbs skillfully. The 2 purple cloud coins were thrown on the table and spun around. As they spun, they emitted a fluorescent purple light under the illumination of the oil lamp. It was as if all the purple clouds in the sky had landed in this small room at this moment. Chu Yang's eyes flickered when he saw the man lifting the coins with his thumb. Then, he focused his attention on the purple cloud coins. This was the first time he saw the legendary purple cloud coins. It seemed that even his eyes were fixed on it. This was the legendary purple cloud coins with the highest value. It was indeed a good treasure. Although it didn't have any specific use, it spun on the table just like that. It could also be considered a beautiful scenery. Chu Yang recalled a joke he had heard in the past 2 days. It was said that a rich man had entered the purple cloud coin warehouse one day and then refused to leave even if he had to die. In the end, he had starved himself until he fainted. Only then was he carried out. If no one carried him, it wouldn't be surprising if he had starved to death. He became the role model of the greedy people in the Heaven Imperial Court. But now, when Chu Yang saw these 2 purple cloud coins, he finally understood. If a person saw a large pile of purple cloud coins, that kind of magnificence, he would really lose his mind. Since Divine Dr. Chu saw the money, he immediately started the treatment. Just from the surface, these 2 purple cloud coins seemed to be worth it. Divine Dr. Chu was very busy. First, he chose a few medicinal herbs. Then, he opened small purple crystal bottles one by one. From here, he poured out a little bit of powder. From there, he poured out a little bit of something with a fishy smell. Then, he poured out a sour smell. There were more than 100 kinds of medicinal herbs. Some were more, some were less, and some were in different amounts. It was dazzling. Seeing that the medicinal herbs were all selected, he picked up the medicine pot, said, "Wait a moment," and went into the room. He put it on a stove and boiled it. During the boiling process, he quietly put 3 drops of Lust Dragon's blood and 1 drop of Spring of Life into the pot. The whole process was seamless. This was the first patient, and Chu Yang also saw a lot of other things. In order to make a hit, Divine Dr. Chu spent extra money. Not only did he use a lot of Lust Dragon's blood, he also added an extra drop of Spring of Life. This could ensure that the patient's body would be full of vigor and vigor. After a long time, Divine Dr. Chu came out with a bowl of black medicine soup. Almost instantly, the 3 men in black and the 4 men in black outside covered their noses at the same time. What the hell? It's really too smelly. I believe that even if all the items from the 5 grains reincarnation in the world were gathered together and fermented together for more than 10 days, such a smell would definitely not appear. It's too shocking. It turns out that the smell can also be so shocking. "Drink it," Chu Yang said smilingly. The patient made a sound that could make him vomit at any time. Just smelling it was already painful enough, let alone drinking it. This would either make him want to vomit, or he would definitely die. "Drink it," the man in black on the left urged with a gloomy voice. The patient shivered and pinched his nose with one hand. He brought the bowl to his nose, but he retched again. If he really drank it, he didn't know if he would suffocate to death because of the smell. Even if he didn't suffocate to death, he might not be able to smell anything for the rest of his life. To drink or not to drink. Even if there was a huge pressure and a terrifying threat in front of him, the patient still had a little hesitation. It was imaginable how the smell of the medicine would be like. "Huh." The man in black on the left gave a signal with his eyes. The man in black on the right, who had been silent and motionless, stepped forward and choked the patient's throat with one hand. His other hand held the bowl of medicine soup. That person subconsciously opened his mouth because he was suffocating, and the bowl of stinky medicine soup was poured into his stomach. The man in black on the right actually helped him to rub his stomach thoughtfully. He used his elemental energy to press against his back and quickly catalyze the medicine. After a long time, after confirming that all the medicine had been catalyzed, he let go of the patient. That person had obviously finished drinking the medicine soup, but he was still retching. However, he couldn't vomit anything out. The man in black on the left looked at him coldly and turned to ask Chu Yang, "How long will it take for the medicine to take effect?" Chu Yang calculated and said, 2 hours. At most, it will take effect in 2 hours. Good. I'll wait for you for 2 hours. The man in black looked at Chu Yang gloomily. Doctor, if you don't feel anything after 2 hours, then, you know the consequences? Chu Yang said lightly, if it doesn't take effect, not to mention that place, even if my head is cut off. So what? Hearing him speak with such confidence, the black-clothed man looked at him cautiously. Time passed by little. About an hour had passed. The patient suddenly became very excited. He stood up from the stool and walked back and forth. He didn't have the sickly appearance from before. He couldn't help but murmur, I feel it, I feel it, I feel it. You feel it? You really feel it? The man in black seemed to want to make a move to confirm it, but he held back. After 2 hours, the patient closed his eyes and felt it carefully. He suddenly laughed. I feel it again. As he spoke, he suddenly burst into tears and muttered to himself, it's because of this strange disease that can't see the light of day that I spent all my wealth. First, it didn't work. Then, I was cheated and went bankrupt. The cost was more than hundreds of millions. I didn't expect that it would be a bowl of medicine soup here. A bowl of medicine soup can cure my chronic disease. The man in black on the right reached out and touched it. He nodded. Dr. Chu, thank you very much this time. But I don't know how long this effect will last. Chu Yang said seriously, doctors must be fair. Even if you didn't ask, I would say it clearly. If this person is treated by me, as long as he doesn't indulge in beauty like before, and can nourish himself regularly, I can guarantee that there won't be any problems in the future. But if he continues to rot like before, then I'm afraid that this effect won't last for more than half a year. If the old disease comes back, it will be troublesome. The patient said repeatedly, thank you, divine doctor, for your wonderful skill. I won't dare to indulge in sensual pleasures in the future. Divine doctor, not only did I recover, but my body also felt much better. My legs and feet have strength. You are really a divine doctor. Chu Yang said modestly, but in his heart, he thought, I gave you 3 drops of lust dragon's blood. If you can't do it, you should cut it off. As for the strength in your legs and feet, half of it is due to the spring of life, and the other half is due to the residual medicinal power accumulated in your body. How can it not be good? If you can absorb it at the right time, I dare not say that your cultivation will advance greatly, but at least your body will be strong and healthy, and you won't get sick. Chapter 1739. Half a year. Only half a year. The man in black on the left pondered for a while and said, Doctor, is there any way to completely cure the illness without any repercussions? What I mean is, even after the treatment, the kind where one can indulge in sensual pleasures without restraint. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I understand what you mean. There are ways to achieve that effect, but it's not something that can be solved with just 2 purple cloud coins. Moreover, as the saying goes, a person's strength is limited. Even if he fully recovers and his ability increases greatly, if he continues to indulge in sensual pleasures, he will sooner or later repeat the same mistake. And if he relapses again under such circumstances, even I will have to spend a lot of time and effort to treat him. So, if you can control it, it's better to control it as much as possible. The patient will suffer less and I will have less trouble. Please think carefully. I understand. I will keep your advice in mind. The man in black on the left looked at Chu Yang like a hawk. Then, He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The two of them carried the patient in black, and the three of them went out like a whirlwind, disappearing into the night. The departure of the three of them was as strange as when they came. Looking at the two purple cloud coins in Chu Yang's hand, Shifty Guy's eyes widened and his mouth cracked open. "It's actually really possible?" Shifty Guy's face twitched. "It's so easy to get two purple cloud coins?" Chu Yang snorted and said, "That's nothing. It's only two purple cloud coins. It's still a long way from 15 million. But it's just one night. That's 200 million. Water cloud coins." Fishy tugged at his beard, his face full of disbelief. "This is too fast, too unbelievable. It's simply unheard of." Chu Yang looked outside with a deep gaze. He said, "Incredible. The real shocking part is still to come. My plan has just begun. Or rather, it's just the first step. But this first step is still very successful." There was an indescribable strangeness in his eyes. Shifty Guy shook his head and sighed. A real freak. In the dark night. After the three of them walked for a long distance, they turned left and right and entered a secret courtyard. When he came out again, the black clothes and black cloaks were gone. A man with a hooked nose said coldly, "To the brothel." The three of them instantly turned into three brothels. They strolled out and rushed towards the nearest brothel. After a long time. It's indeed effective. This fellow had already confirmed it. He was a complete cripple. But now, he was able to have sex with two women in one night. This was probably due to his weak physique. If he had the physique of a martial artist, perhaps it will take a few more tries. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it has already recovered. That bastard got lucky. Take him out for a meal to replenish his energy. Bring him back after resting for a while, until the first glimmer of dawn. Satisfied, the hook-nosed man walked out of the brothel with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a thin man in his 30s. His face was pale, but he couldn't hide his excitement. His face was frail. On the other side, there was a vigorous man. "What do we do now?" "Well, let's take care of him first. Tomorrow, we'll bring another one over. Let's see if he's unique or versatile. It's best to be careful." "Yes, we have to deal with this matter properly. Can we make a fortune by connecting with him? From then on, we'll have a meteoric rise. We may have to rely on this godly doctor. I thought it was a hopeless problem. Who would have thought that a meat pie would fall from the sky? Ha ha ha. God is helping me. It's all because of the master's good fortune. Even if there are obstacles, there will be someone to help us. Ha ha ha." The hook-nosed man looked at the frail man. His eyes were filled with annoyance. He said to the vigorous man through telepathy, "This kind of scum, it's just a waste of rice to keep him alive. After testing 3 guys with different conditions, all of them will be effective. As long as everything is effective, immediately dispose of these 3 people. Remember, don't leave any traces behind." "Yes." For the next few days, let this guy continue to enjoy himself in the brothel. Firstly, we can continue to observe the effects of the medicine. Secondly, since he's doing us a favor, we should give him some benefits. Just treat it as a royal favor before he dies. Ha. Laughing, the hook-nosed man strode out with his hands behind his back. In the men's hall, Chu Yang had already closed the door and rested. The men's hall was no longer open for business. It seemed that he had been waiting all night for the arrival of these 3 people. Fishy following Chu Yang to his room, he shook his head and sighed. "Chu Yang, I realize that I've underestimated you. I can't see through you anymore." Chu Yang smiled. "Oh, brother cat, did you see through me? The reason you opened this men's hall was to fish, right?" Fishy asked. "That's right." Chu Yang nodded. "But how did you know that there would be fish here?" Fishy was the most confused about this. "There's a trick. It's actually not worth anything. It's just a deduction." Chu Yang's face lit up and he said, "Brother cat, what kind of people do you think those who have this disease are?" "The poor," Fishy said with certainty. "In the Heaven Imperial Court, the lives of the poor are really too tiring. Although the Eastern Royal Heaven is relatively stronger, it seems that the taxes are also not light. Under such a strong pressure to survive, The poor have to overdraft their physical strength in exchange for the survival of their family. And because the Heaven Imperial Court is full of spiritual energy, the average lifespan of the people is basically between 150 to 200 years old. If they don't overdraft their physical strength, they might be able to live a little longer. But because of this, when the poor find wives when they're young, after working for a period of time, their bodies will start to deteriorate gradually when they're around 50 years old. By the time they're 70 or 80 years old, they basically don't have that kind of desire. Slowly, over time, it became the so-called men's hall with disease. However, by that time, no one will care. What's left is only the responsibility of providing for the family. It's also because of these responsibilities that people work hard, overdraft, and die early from overwork. Fishy let out a long sigh. Chu Yang nodded silently and said, Brother Cat's analysis is not bad. However, compared to ordinary people, cultivators like us are not necessarily without enormous pressure. Firstly, we also have to provide for our families. Secondly, we have to face the life and death battles of the pugilistic world at any time. Although we have great power, there are too many people in this world who are stronger than us. Fishy nodded silently. Also, even in the land of ordinary people, as you said, there are many poor people with disease, but they basically don't care, because the pressure on them is too great. Even if they want to care, they can't care more and can only let it go. Even if they're very young and already like this in their 20s, most will still choose to endure. Of course, there are also some who won't, and that will lead to a tragedy. Brother Cat should understand what I mean. Fishy sighed, but it's different for the rich. Because they live a comfortable life without any pressure to speak of, there are more opportunities to indulge in sensual pleasures, especially those rich second-generation heirs. The second-generation heirs, the third-generation aristocrats. This is the law of the world. No one can go against it, and no one can avoid it. Most of the second-generation heirs can't stabilize themselves. Because the poor become rich, their mentality is unbalanced. And the first-generation entrepreneurs often have a kind of mentality, which is, my generation has suffered so much. Now that I'm rich, I naturally can't let my son suffer that kind of hardship again. But they don't know that having this kind of thinking is the beginning of spoiling the child, and spoiling the child is destroying all of his future prospects. At this time, money, beauty, and rare things are all within the reach of the second-generation brothers. Over time, it has become a vicious cycle, and the primordial yang is the root of a man. If it's not restrained, it will inevitably lead to a deficiency. So, the poor start at the age of 40 or 50, but the second-generation heirs of rich families are often under 20, or in their 20s or 30s, this kind of situation will occur. And here I am, precisely set up to deal with this kind of situation. And the high threshold is, of course, to make them spit out a part of the money they use to commit evil. I'm so poor. It can be said that I'm robbing the rich to help the poor. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Teacher Cat rolled his eyes violently. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Of course, this is just a small amount of money, because the target is only a small fish. The real big fish will only come after the small fish. So, I have to give the small fish some benefits. Then who is the real big fish? Chu Yang smiled but did not say anything. Shifty said, You've calculated everything step by step in advance? Chu Yang chuckled and pointed outside. He said, It's dark outside, so with a little camouflage, they can't see who is coming. This provides them with better cover. That's why there are patients coming at night. But I didn't expect there to be patients on the first day, and in such a hurry. Chu Yang said faintly, To be able to earn a small amount of money on the first day, it's a good start. Shifty heard the word, small amount of money again, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then, he sighed and said, Yes, compared to your goal, this is indeed just a small amount of money. If it's only at this rate of earning money, it'll probably take tens of thousands of years to gather what you need. But I still don't understand. Where's your big fish? Chapter 1740. Brother Cat, there's no need to be so stubborn. I wonder if Brother Cat still remembers. On the day we ate and dashed, did you pay attention to what the people around you were talking about? Chuyang blinked strangely. What people around me were talking about? Greasy Face was stunned. After a long while, he said with a red face, I really didn't pay attention. The first half of that meal was just eating and drinking. The second half was anxious about not having enough money, and the second half was acting. How could he have the leisure to think about other things? Brother Cat, Chuyang lectured seriously, you and I are martial artists. The most important thing is to keep our eyes and ears open. How can you be so careless? How can you accomplish great things if you are so careless? Greasy Face flushed red. He bared his teeth and said, Are you going to say it or not? I've heard a lot of news, but I'm only interested in one piece. Chuyang said mysteriously. On the fifth table to our right, near the window, there were two people talking. One of them said, How long has it been since I've seen the city lord? The other person said, It seems that I haven't seen the city lord since he remarried last year. The girls over there are all strange. Speaking of this, Chuyang smiled. What's wrong with this? What can it mean? Greasy Face was puzzled. Just from these few sentences, I've analyzed a few things. First, these two people run brothels and have many beautiful girls under them. Secondly, before the city lord remarried, he would often visit them. Of course, whether it's to find their girls or to visit the brothels, it shows that the city lord is a lecher. In other words, he likes to do things in bed. Third, our city lord is a very principled person. Because he wants to vent his desires, he goes to the brothels. Would such a powerful person go to the brothels? Isn't it normal for him to bully people? Fourth, that person's original words were, The girls are all strange. He didn't say, A certain girl is strange. This shows that the city lord didn't go to find a girl. Do you understand now? First, this city lord is very strong. Chuyang chuckled. Greasy could not help but be dumbfounded. Those two people didn't say much in total, but Chuyang was able to analyze and deduce so much information from their conversation. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chuyang continue. Sneaky had no choice but to swallow his words. Also, the city lord no longer went there after he remarried a few years ago. Chuyang winked mysteriously. Brother Cat, you have to be careful. It's a remarriage, not a concubine. Remarriage was marrying a wife. In other words, the city lord only has one wife now. That's right. What does that have to do with anything? A big family will definitely need a madam to hold down the fort. Idiot. Chuyang was exasperated. He used to go to brothels to seek pleasure. He would always find a few girls to accompany him, but now that he had a wife, he no longer went to brothels? What do you think this means? Fishy scratched his head. What does that mean? Chuyang widened his eyes. He sighed. You really shouldn't be a cat. You should be a pig. Don't pretend to know when you don't know. There's no pig in the demon race. It's not embarrassing to say that you don't know when you don't know. At most, you're just ignorant. But you insist that you know when you don't know. It's the most embarrassing to pretend to know when you don't know. After spending so much time with you these past few days, I feel like my IQ has been lowered by you. Pretending to know when you don't know. It's tiring to others and yourself. Sneaky replied righteously. Chuyang patted his forehead and lay down on his back. Facing this guy, he was really speechless. In the end, he could only continue to explain himself. So, I concluded that first, this newly remarried city lord's wife. Maybe the demand, that is relatively large. So the city lord no longer has the spare energy for other women. But this chance is only half, so it's not necessarily the case. Second, maybe the city lord. I'm sick. The city lord has his own dignity. Since he could disregard his dignity in the past, it shows how lecherous he is. But now, it's so abnormal. So, I bet it's the latter. He even remarried. It's just a cover for him to not set foot in brothels. Another guess is that it's because of the former and the latter. After hearing so much former and latter, Sneaky couldn't help but feel dizzy. But no matter what the reason is, I always feel that this is an opportunity. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and clenched his fist lightly. He said, as long as there's an opportunity, I should seize it. Sneaky was stunned. He said, you opened this hall of men just because of these 2 sentences? What if you guessed wrong? What if it's not what you think? Chu Yang spread his hands. Nothing is absolute in this world. If I guessed wrong, there's nothing I can do. But as long as there's a 10% chance, I'll try. What's more, there's at least a 20% chance of success. What's the harm in trying? Besides, if I want to buy Zixia Royal Mansion, the first hurdle is to have status. Only with status can I have a chance to meet the city lord and then get his approval. And it's only a possibility. And what channels do I have to get in touch with the city lord now? Chu Yang said, even if there are other channels, it's too slow to take effect. I'm afraid it won't work within half a year. So I might as well take a gamble. Even if it's not what I think it is, fine. What's the loss to me? But if I'm right, with such power, I'll be the city lord's benefactor. If my benefactor wants to buy something, he'll be the supervisor. Will he open the door for me? If that's the case, how many detours can I avoid? Chu Yang smiled, moreover. The 3 people who came tonight have made me more confident in my conjecture about this matter. I don't understand. What do these 3 people have to do with your guess? Sneaky shook his head. Can you tell who these 3 people are? Chu Yang asked. I can't tell. But I can be sure that the martial artist level of the 2 people other than the patient is about the same as yours, Sneaky said. Chu Yang was speechless at this guy's IQ. He said, among the 3, the patient is a pauper. He's completely at the mercy of others. He's just an experimental subject. And among the other 2, the one who's been giving orders is a businessman, or someone from a financial magnate family. How do you know he's a businessman? Maybe he's an assassin? Sneaky was unconvinced. That's why I said you're stupid. First, because he used his thumb to pick out those 2 purple cloud coins. Chu Yang said lightly, using the action of picking to give out the purple cloud coins and letting it fall on the table to spin in circles. I believe only people who play with money for a long time can do that. Which ordinary martial artist would have such a weird habit? It's just a coin. Second, that person also has a kind of majesty, or the aura of a superior. But this kind of aura isn't the kind of majesty that comes from someone with a high position. It's a kind of confidence that belongs to someone with a lot of confidence. And there's a sense of superiority. He doesn't care about anything. His attitude towards money is even more frivolous. And usually, people like this are very rich businessmen. That's true, Sneaky suddenly realized. Also, from the looks of those 2 people, they only have expectations for me. They don't have any more demands. This shows that they don't have that kind of illness. Since they don't have that kind of illness, they still want to use a poor man to test my medical skills. And they don't hesitate to spend a lot of money just to prove that I have this kind of ability. I believe that they have big plans. You have to know that they threw out 2 purple cloud coins just to test me. This shows that my medical skills are of great use to them. And the great use of businessmen is nothing more than to make a lot of money. So, what kind of person can make them so much money? Especially in this purple cloud city. What kind of person is worthy of their investment? Chu Yang asked. The city lord? Sneaky suddenly realized. You've finally been enlightened for once. Chu Yang said, looking around this place. It seems that only the city lord has such great power. Let me ask you, if they provide the right channel and under some kind of opportunity, cure the city lord's illness, what will the result be? Then it'll definitely be unimpeded, Sneaky said. But how can you be sure that they came for this? Like I said, nothing is absolute in this world. This depends on the follow-up. I don't dare to be very sure, but if they find a different patient in the next few days, then I'll have more confidence, Chu Yang said lightly. So I still need to wait a few days and earn a few days' worth of money. Even if they came for this, even if the city lord really has this kind of illness, after you cure him, the credit will still go to them. It won't have much to do with you. Sneaky scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time before he poured cold water on Chu Yang. He just couldn't see through this. I naturally have a way, Chu Yang said lightly. First, they also don't dare to directly tell the city lord that you have the illness of the lonely one, right? So, they must use a roundabout way to introduce me to the city lord in a way that doesn't hurt his face. Then, they will gradually guide him, and this roundabout way is my chance. Chu Yang blinked. If this person can be honest, maybe I'll leave him some soup to drink. But if he's vicious and merciless and doesn't let me have an easy time, then I'll simply take everything that he's plotting for myself. A smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. Although I don't know what he's plotting, he has to pay at least 20 purple cloud coins for this matter. That means that the profit from this matter is definitely above 100 purple cloud coins, or even more. If it's less than 100, and there are so many uncertainties, they may not take the risk. Chu Yang laughed. Although it's not much, it's not little for the average person. If I can take it, I can barely buy a few pieces of candy to eat. Pooh. Tens of billions of Shuiyun coins to buy a few pieces of candy? The candy you buy can kill yourself 100 times over. Sneaky said this, but in his heart, he was suddenly full of admiration for Chu Yang. Chapter 1741. Suddenly, Greasy Cat felt something. That bet, Chu Yang really, might not necessarily be unwinnable. This little girl was actually able to deduce and infer so much from just a few clues. Then, she came up with a series of plans. Not only was the feasibility of her plans extremely high, they were also meticulous and could be said to be interlinked and watertight. She was even able to calculate the slightest detail of one's heart. Truly impressive. As the master of a clan, I'm afraid I'm not even 1/10,000th of this little one's intelligence. Bah, I'll just keep these thoughts to myself. I can't let this little one know that I think so. Besides, I'm only teaching knowledge, not studying conspiracies. Humph. I've finally figured out all the tricks of the cause and effect. I almost regard someone as my idol. Although I only think about it in my heart, I won't admit it verbally. Wait a minute. Greasy Cat suddenly felt that he seemed to have been tricked by himself. Hold on, let me ask you something. Why do I hear from your little one that even if I didn't make this bet with you that day, you would still do this? This plan has already been confirmed and launched long ago? Greasy Cat became even more depressed. In other words, this is actually an unexpected gain? Without my plan, it's still the same with me. But with me, it's a little more profitable. That's how you planned it, right? Chu Yang hurriedly smiled apologetically. Look at what you're saying. How can that be? Who are you? The master of the cat clan. How can there be such a thing as you? At that time, I didn't intend to buy the Zixia royal residence. Greasy Cat nodded and agreed. That's true. How can I be so easily tricked? You're absolutely right. Haha. Although I hunted a rabbit on New Year's Eve, it's still New Year's Eve. But if there was, there would be more rabbit meat fragrance. What's that saying again? Oh, right. No matter how small a grasshopper is, it's still meat. Chu Yang revealed a smile that deserved a beating. Greasy Cat was exasperated. You. How could he not be angry? Being compared to a rabbit was frustrating, but the rabbit clan was at least of the same level as the cat clan. But what about a grasshopper? What about me? What do you think about me? Chu Yang crossed his arms. Suddenly, a feeling of exaltation welled up in his heart. He had been ridiculed a while ago, and now he was being mocked in return. So, he felt as if he was floating in the air. Fishy's face flushed red. He looked at a certain arrogant, complacent, joyful young man who deserved a beating. The tail behind his buttocks was so angry that it almost stood upright under his robe. He snorted hatefully and left with a flick of his sleeves. Only 2 words were left. You're jumping around happily today, but be careful of the list in the future. Do you think you've won for sure? Let's see how you cry when you lose. Meow. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched as he watched Foxy walk out angrily. Then, he turned around, and for some reason, His entire body's posture inexplicably changed. His face also became unrecognizable in the truest sense of the word. In a trance, it was as if he had become another person. In the next moment, he silently floated out of the window. Just as Foxy returned to his room, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. He muttered to himself, "It's so late. Where is this guy going? Don't let someone sneak up on you and kill you. His cultivation base is really not enough." Then, he silently floated out as well. Of course, the strength of a heaven-level master was not just a matter of words. They were truly extraordinary. With Chu Yang's current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to see Teacher Cat's invisible trail, let alone detect it. Foxy watched as Chu Yang's unusually wretched figure turned and turned. He slowly moved to the front of a large building. He seemed to have taken out some money to buy something. Then, he walked in leisurely. Teacher Cat walked closer to take a look. He saw a big board at the entrance, Spirit Beast Gaming Hall. So this guy Chu Yang actually came here to gamble. Teacher Cat shook his head and sighed in disappointment. He's so young, yet he doesn't learn the right things. He just got some money and he can't help but squander it. There doesn't seem to be any risk here. It's better for me to go back and sleep early. It didn't seem right to not go back and sleep properly. The Spirit Beast Gaming Hall was a place to buy gold. The entrance fee was not cheap. A certain cat really couldn't afford it. Since he could roughly confirm someone's safety, he naturally had to turn back. This kind of Spirit Beast Gaming Hall was probably equivalent to the heaven-level playboy's favorite place to run dogs and cockfights. However, this place was much more advanced. The opponents of the game were spirit beasts with decent strength. If any spirit beast here was placed in the heaven level, it could easily cause a sensation. Unfortunately, in the heaven level, it could only be reduced to a game prop. The Spirit Beast Gaming Hall was a favorite gambling method of the heaven-level martial artists. The method of the Spirit Beast Gaming Hall was very simple. Everyone would place their bets on the Spirit Beast that they liked. Then, through the competition between the Spirit Beasts, the outcome of the battle would determine the winner and loser. Basically, it wasn't much different from a cockfight in the ordinary sense. However, the excitement and entertainment of the battle between the Spirit Beasts were undoubtedly far from being comparable to other gambling methods. In addition, to be able to enter this place, it already proved that one was superior, martial artists. This was because only the spirit beasts that one chose or caught were qualified to enter this place. Moreover, one had to be at least a martial artist of the Shin level to be qualified to enter. Ordinary people couldn't enter even if they wanted to. And here, the main taboo was that any kind of fighting was strictly prohibited, even if one had a hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. As long as one entered this place, all hatred had to be temporarily put aside before leaving. Of course, there was also a limit to how long one could stay inside. Under normal circumstances, martial artists of the Earth level and below were not allowed to stay inside for more than 3 days. Only martial artists of the Earth level and above were allowed to extend their stay. However, even martial artists of the Celestial level were not allowed to stay inside for more than 3 months. Chu Yang carried the 2 purple cloud coins that he had just earned and entered the gaming hall leisurely. As soon as he entered, he was almost knocked over by the clamor. It was just that he almost tripped. Every single guest here had considerable strength, so the sound of their voices gathered together naturally had a considerable impact. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to withstand it. A certain king of hell was caught off guard and made a fool of himself. It sounded quiet from the outside, but he didn't expect it to be like a tsunami inside. Fortunately, there were no acquaintances around. If others knew that the dignified Tribulation Sword Master was almost knocked over by the clamor, it wouldn't be nice. As far as the eye could see, countless people were blushing and shouting at the top of their lungs, "Bite it! Bite it! Bite it with all your might! Tear it apart! Quickly dodge! Io! My money! I lost again, IXXXXX! Wah! I've earned back all my money this time! My eyesight!" Chu Yang listened to these voices and saw that the gaming hall was full of people. Everyone's faces were red, and their pupils were almost dilated as they screamed. He couldn't help but sigh. They still said that this was the most high-end gambling place. How was this different from a casino for ordinary people? Chu Young finally understood a principle. Gamblers were gamblers. Even if one was a person with a wealth of hundreds of millions, as long as he was still a gambler, he was no different from a bunch of commoners when gambling. The next moment, Minister Chu's eyes turned, and he suddenly burst out with a loud shout. Wow, this is so fun. Wahaha, I'm coming. Roar. Then, with an impatient, and no longer waiting attitude, they rushed in while howling. His face was red, and he was dancing with joy. Such a crazy gambler's attitude was like a super gambler who had been lonely for tens of thousands of years and suddenly entered a casino again. This was a kind of selfless spirit. Selfless for the sake of gambling. Selfless for the sake of gambling. Witnessing the madness of a certain king of hell, the people who were cheering at the top of their lungs couldn't help but be shocked. What the fuck? Has this guy not been exposed to gambling for hundreds of generations? It looks like he's going to have a heart attack from excitement. Please don't fall next to me. So fucking unlucky. At this time, 2 staff members of the Spirit Beast Gaming Hall came up to him with smiles on their faces. Such people were commonly seen in casinos. They only knew how to place bets and didn't know how to stop. They would never leave until they lost everything. And any casino would welcome this kind of person. The money god was here. As for why he wasn't the money god, it was because the money god could give out endless wealth, but the money god could give out money but was poor. This kind of person couldn't be the money god, so he could only be called the money god. Welcome, sir. May I ask what kind of gambling method you like? Asked one of the staff members. Is there a need to ask? Of course, I have to try everything. Chu Young looked around with shining eyes. Then, he tiptoed and looked into the distance. Listening to the noise, he was intoxicated. Bring me to place my bet. If you delay the time to win money, I won't forgive you. What this and that? Chu Young glared at him. He had disguised himself as a triangular-eyed man, but at this moment, his aura was threatening. Or rather, it could be said that he looked like a hooligan. I'm rich. Today, I'm using money to win money. As he spoke, he reached into his clothes. With a clatter, a dreamlike coin appeared. Do you see this? Do you see this? What is this? When the two saw it, their eyes widened. Purple cloud coins. It's actually purple cloud coins? This super gambler in front of him, from head to toe, was actually planning to use purple cloud coins to bet. For so many years, even if we're used to operating casinos, we haven't seen many who directly use purple cloud coins to gamble. This idiot is actually a rich guy? Looking at him, he's probably a nouveau riche. It seems that this kind of person is really too cute. After Chu Young took out the purple cloud coins, he felt even better about himself. He looked up to the sky and roared, I have plenty of money. If I lose, I'll leave obediently. If I win, I'll take it. If I win, I'll gamble with money. If I win, it'll be up to me. If I win, I lose. But if I lose, wahaha, it'll be up to me. Chapter 1742. Chu Yang's voice wasn't soft at all, and every word he said was full of arrogance and insolence, making everyone who heard him feel uncomfortable as if they had just eaten shit. Instantly, dozens of people heard him. They turned around with dissatisfaction and were about to scold him. Where did this idiot come from? Is this nouveau riche so arrogant that he doesn't even know his own name? What kind of bastard is this? How dare you disturb my mood here? Are you looking for a beating? Damn it, the more things go wrong, the more idiots come to make trouble. I'm already anxious about losing, and now there's an idiot coming to make me angry. Many people turned around cursing, but the next moment, they were all stunned. In this nouveau riche's palm was a dreamy purple coin. He was tossing it up, catching it, tossing it up again, catching it again. His face was full of frivolity, and his body was full of arrogance. But at this moment, no one noticed this. Whether he was full of arrogance, frivolity, or frivolity, it was all meaningless at this moment. Purple cloud coin. It's actually purple cloud coin? Am I seeing things? Damn it. It's actually purple cloud coin. He's actually betting with purple cloud coin? Is this guy brainless, or is there something wrong with his brain? What do you know? He's rich. That's right. How can he take out purple cloud coin if he's poor? I like rich people like him the most. I want to bet with him. What more can I ask for in a bet with purple cloud coin? I want it too. Hee hee. Then, a group of people gathered around, their eyes full of the brilliance of purple cloud coin. Hey, little brother, why don't the two of us play around? Do you have money? Do you want to gain something without risking anything? Let me do it. Brother, what do you want to play? I'm willing to play with you. Obviously, Chu Yang still underestimated the power of purple cloud coin. After all, this was a relatively small city on the edge, and purple cloud coin was the most valuable currency in the whole Heaven Imperial City. Too many people had never seen it before, let alone owned it. Now, he took out purple cloud coin so casually. How could people not be jealous? Coveting? Chu Yang made a prompt decision. He cupped his fists in a hoodlum manner and bowed. Everyone. Today is the first time I've come to Xixia City's Spirit Beast game field. I'm not very familiar with the environment here. Let me first familiarize myself with the surroundings and look at the gambling rules here. In a while, if anyone wants to gamble with me, as long as you have the money, as long as you can afford to lose, this little brother will throw caution to the wind. No one was rejected. Was winning or losing nothing more than money? What was money? Money is a bastard. If I lose it all, I'll earn more. All right. How carefree. We're all waiting for you here. We all have money. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Ha ha ha. The response was like a tsunami. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear. Damn it, you're not even familiar with this place? Wouldn't that make him a super rookie? Furthermore, this newbie was a super upstart. If that was the case, this guy was simply here to give money to the elders. Wahaha! Chu Yang impatiently grabbed the casino staff and urged, quick, quickly introduce me to the explanation. The two staff members looked gloomy. They had never seen someone so anxious to lose money. You said you don't know anything? What are you so anxious about? We're here for the Spirit Beast game field. All kinds of games are available. Over there, it's the Flying Spirit Beast game field. It's divided into two types. However, between these two types, there are many small games. There are many variations. The gambling methods can be roughly divided into ordinary games and life and death games. For the former, as long as one side's Spirit Beast is defeated. If the Spirit Beast's master is willing to admit defeat, the game will end immediately. For the latter, the game will only end after the Spirit Beast's life and death are decided. However, that's a lot more cruel. Therefore, if you want to start a life and death game, every bet must be at least 1,000 purple spirit coins. The staff members patiently explained the rules to Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded as he listened. Then, he took a look at the various gambling games. After getting a closer look, he eagerly requested to enter the game. As expected, the nouveau riche Chu Yang lost a lot of money that night. At the very least, hundreds of thousands of purple soul coins had been squandered inside. However, a certain king of hell's expression did not change from beginning to end. In the end, he laughed loudly and walked out, shouting, "Awesome! Really fucking awesome!" He walked away. He really lost in a carefree manner. It's rare to see someone so happy when he loses money. Someone muttered. He's a nouveau riche. He must have money to burn. Ah, so stupid. If it were me, I would feel the pain. That's more than 400,000 purple spirit coins. My God. Tisk, didn't you see? He didn't even take out his purple spirit coins for the whole night. With purple spirit coins as a base, 400,000 purple spirit coins are nothing. Looks like this guy is addicted to playing. That's great. Looking at that guy's attitude, he'll definitely come every day for the next few days. It just so happens that I'm a little short on money. I finally have a way to make up for it. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang returned to the men's hall and immediately opened for business. Of course, no one came in during the day. When night came, Or to be more precise, around midnight, patients came in as expected. Although the two people from last night did not come in person, Chu Yang was very sure that this was still the same situation. It was the second stage led by the two people from last night. This time, the patient's symptoms were more serious than the one from last night. Chu Yang naturally did not hold back and asked for 10 purple spirit coins. He was testing the bottom line of the mastermind behind this, or in other words, testing the depth of the profit that person wanted to make. If there was even a little bit of dissatisfaction, Chu Yang would not hold much hope. Businessmen valued profit. As long as there was a profit of 3,000, they would not hesitate. However, if the profit was not enough, as long as the risk was slightly bigger, they would not take the risk. However, the result this time was out of his expectations. This time, the other party actually took out 10 purple spirit coins. Although they argued for a while, in the end, they obediently paid the money. They did not even ask the mastermind behind this. 1 billion water cloud coins. What a huge sum of money this was. As he collected the money, Chu Yang's eyes shone. It seemed the other party's goal was really not small. One must know that a person who was not the mastermind actually had a wealth worth 1 billion water cloud coins and was willing to pay for the treatment. This meant that the upper limit of the treatment fee given by the mastermind would not be less than 10 purple spirit coins. And this result also meant that another thing that Chu Yang was most concerned about had happened. This King of Hell's prediction was indeed carried out. Therefore, the treatment effect of Divine Dr. Chu's treatment was also immediate. The other party left happily. Although it was painful to spend 1 billion water cloud coins, that money did not belong to him in the first place. And his embarrassing illness that he could not tell others was cured. This was the biggest gain. Chu Yang weighed the purple spirit coins that were shining like a dream, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a speed of making money really makes me jealous. The cat teacher shook his head and walked out of the room. He sighed. Just like this, it made others hard, happy, and happy. The money came. 1 billion in one night. Chu Yang snorted proudly. Suddenly, he felt that there was something wrong with these words. With a black face, he said, "Make yourself clear. What do you mean by 1 billion in one night? What do you mean by making others hard, happy, and happy? And what do you mean by just like this? These words will cause others to think. Do you understand?" Fishy snorted. His tail wagged behind his buttocks, indicating that he was very happy to be able to attack Chu Yang. He said, "But you're going to earn 15 million purple cloud coins. It seems that you've only earned 12 purple cloud coins so far. Continue to work hard. I'm very happy to watch your final struggle." Chu Yang snorted and said, "Open your cat eyes wide and continue to watch." Fishy wagged his tail proudly. I have to remind you that even if you win all the spirit beasts in the game field here, I believe that it's not even a fraction of that sum of money. Chu Yang was not surprised that Foxy Cat knew about his movements. Although Foxy Cat did not do things well, he was a real heaven-grade expert. It would be strange if Chu Yang could hide his movements from Foxy Cat. He snorted and said, "You're really short-sighted. How can you understand my ingenuity and foresight?" "Bullshit. Remember, I'm from the Cat Clan." Teacher Cat jumped high and said angrily, "If you use that lowly rat to disgust me again, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Also, I think you're not doing proper work since you're young. Ingenuity and foresight? I haven't seen you cultivate for so long. Do you know how many people in the heaven level can kill you with a wave of their hand?" As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yang and said angrily, "I've never seen an ascended warrior like you who doesn't want to improve. When I saw you a few days ago, you were at the high level of the mortal level. Until now, you're still at the peak of the high level of the mortal level." "Really? Peak of the high level of the mortal level? You're actually at the peak of the high level of the mortal level?" Suddenly, Fishy's eyes turned completely round, and there was a tiny black in the middle. It was a black eyeball. Chu Yang didn't know why, but when he saw Teacher Cat's eyes now, they were snow-white and round, with a small black in the middle. Minister Chu's heart suddenly became evil. How fucking similar. That's not right. When did you cultivate in the past few days? If you cultivated, I would know. Fishy looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. But if you didn't cultivate, how did you improve? And such a big improvement? Chu Yang spread out his hands and said, That's right. Why did you pinch it? I really didn't cultivate. So why did I improve so much? Why is that? You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.